Where's our music? What's going on here? Oh shit. Yo, how's it going, Jack? How's your Friday, man? Um, where's our music? What the hell? All right, there we go. Boop, boop. Still working on the parser? Gotcha. Here, wait, I gotta do some stuff with Twitch real quick. I want to update the stream just a bit.
Please
Oh
stop her
shit!
now.
Oh, what the
I
hell?
think you need to go for a night.
What the hell? Um. Video producer. All right, so I finished the. I was doing the wall jump thing yesterday or this morning. I was getting a little frustrated because I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, but I finally got it to work. I do want to check one more thing. I remember messing with a certain state, and I want to make sure I just didn't screw anything up for like future me. So yeah, we'll look at that real quick, and then we're probably gonna keep doing some level design for chapter 1. All right, cool. I'll close this. All right, we'll open up World Demo real quick, and also gonna open up our player script. What's his name? Saltoons mentioned something. Is it STD out? Limits? Or is it? Disable STD out? Disables printing to standard output on a starting editor or project with quiet command. I didn't know this was a thing. Let me see. Alright, well, we've disabled it. Let me just go on GitHub desktop. Disabled std out and disabled. I'll have to look into. I assume it's just removing print statements or something, but we'll see. And what did we do? And player, new player wall jumps handled. Okay. So in our player in the slide state, I was thinking eventually we're gonna make the we're gonna put all of the like wall mechanics into one state. Right now it's in the slide and climb state, but yeah, I'll fix that eventually. Let me just make sure. We go from the fall state or jump state into the slide state, and then from there, let's see. Also, we check if the movement input is equal to the next to wall before we enter the slide state. This is from the jump. So you have to experience a full jump. We could, I'm trying to think, because there is one slight issue with this approach. Basically, in a nutshell, this is kind of what happens. Like, how do you switch to this color? Oh, you right click. Is that really how it is? Okay. But we're using black, and I'll just use it as. So if you're, let's say there's two walls here. If you go from, okay, so you're about to do a wall jump. You enter the wall jump. Now you're in this spot. You do another wall jump, but let's say you're immediately pressing right input. You haven't touched this wall. You will collide with this wall, but you won't actually enter the slide state, and that's because we've been doing this thing where if movement input is equal to the if movement input is equal to it, like basically if it's not equal to it, you won't enter the wall jump, but you can technically still do a wall jump. But that's another issue. We could force the player to go into the wall jump state, but then basically once you enter the wall jump state, we have that new the hold wall timer. At this point, like basically at this red point. So we could mess with that, or we could leave it the way it is. Here, I'll show you guys how it plays. Let me just make sure of one more thing. And maybe I should add comments to this sort of thing, because it's very interesting. Like, if we ever mess with this, it'll screw up a bunch of things. So basically, input to enter the wall on jump is required. And also can slide needs to be, I forgot what can constitutes as can slide. I think can slide the second you exit the slide state, you can't slide for another like few seconds, or like 200 milliseconds. I think that's all that is. Let me just make sure. Can slide, or can slide is equals to false. Can slide is equal to false when you exit the climb state. Let me see, when is it equal to true? On the slider timeout. So we start can slide. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we'll explore this in just a second. So wait, that kind of doesn't make sense to me. Let's see. Yeah, we enter the slide immediately from the climb state. So we'll look into that. But yeah, you can see here right now. See how like I jump onto this wall and immediately I don't enter, even though I'm holding the climb input. Unless I hold, we don't get into it. So I'm gonna remove that. Well, there's two reasons why we didn't want this to happen, and that's because technically sometimes our raycast on the right side of the player, if you're in the jump state from the right wall, let's say you're right here, and you try jumping this way, there's a raycast that's touching. So sometimes, because our raycast is like 8 pixels, you could technically jump out and the raycast will touch, and then you'll snap back from the jump state, and that's why we have to check if the same input is there. But we don't have to technically do it this way. We could also check for just our jump direction. I think we have a variable that checks for jump direction. So that's another option. There's so many like different things that we could do for this. I'm trying to think. All right, wait. Let's keep exploring. Okay, so can slide doesn't seem like it messes with us. Let me see. From the climb state, state logic, states dot climb. From the slide state, let's see. Yeah, we don't even check for can slide. So I wonder why we put it there. I'm sure there's a reason, but it's not too important. But yeah, for states.slide, let me see. I'm sure we have or if we don't, we can create one that says like, oh, our jump direction on the wall jump. Oh. Let me go back here. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is on the jump state. States.jump on the slide state. So yeah, if input is equal to, oh, I guess what we could do is just check if our previous state was the slide state. Wait, no, this doesn't matter because we can technically go from the slide to the jump and then back into the slide. So this actually wouldn't fix the issue. We could add a timer, but that doesn't solve the root of the problem. Let me see if we have like, this is next to wall. Last wall on. Here, wait. I'm gonna comment this out real quick. Let me see if this solves the problem that we have currently. Yeah, okay. So this solves the problem. But we still need to figure out something to solve the raycast issue. And I guess, we could just add another variable. And another thing is, I wonder if we want to lock the player in the jump, every time they do a wall jump. And we used to do this. We actually used to do this on there's two types of jumps. In Celeste, basically if you are holding right input and you're not holding the climb button, if you jump to the right, it would force you to jump to the left. And it would lock your movement to go all the way to the max distance of your jump, which is like, let's say, I would say it's probably like 6 tiles. So it would be like 6 tiles right here to reach this wall. But since then, we've removed that mechanic, and now it's based on just the direction that you point into. But now we don't have that jump lock, basically, I think was the variable name, jump lock. Wall jump lock, basically. Wall jump lock does not equal true anymore, or yeah, is equal to false now. So maybe we'll fix this right now, and that'll make things just slightly more smooth for the wall jumps. Yeah, let's try that out. And I'm trying to think. What was the other issue? And we also have to fix the. I don't know. Here, let me try. It doesn't happen all the time. It's a pretty rare case where like you snap to the. Here, I'll show you an exaggerated version of this that can potentially happen, and that's with the raycasts right here. If we grab this one, where is it? Let's say we set this to like 40. It's a huge exaggeration. But yeah, let's say we jump. See how I snap to this wall? That's because our raycast is hitting the wall, and we just bring the player really close to the wall whenever this happens. So that's what this if statement was for originally. The in the states.jump. Right here. Well, we just commented it out. Let me see if we could figure out a solution to this. So this solves the problem, but it's... Let me think. Next to wall. So it's checking for next to wall. So it's... We could check if next to wall has been changed. That's one solution. Let me also look at the jump state, or the jump function. Maybe we could do something like... Well, we could start forcing the jump. I might have to rewrite this if we want to do this. Let's see. We used to have like a... let's see. Mouse wall on. Wall jump lock is equal to true. Okay, so if the state is equal to the climb state and not... Wait, we're in the climb state and not control if recently moved. Low-key don't want to mess with any of this. Vector 2 dot right. Let me erase some of this. Yeah, this is the original code. So if basically if move right input, we would say all of this stuff and then wall jump lock, and it would push you in the opposite direction. It seems like we still use wall jump lock, but maybe it's not as powerful anymore. Let me see. Plus 20 max jump velocity. This is on if recently moved. If we're in the climb state, and this is if we're in the climb state but not hold wall. We're usually actually in the slide state now when this happens. That's why it's I guess not working. Else, okay, so if move left input, if move right input, let's see, on the left wall, we're still saying wall jump lock is equal to true. But it's probably, let me see, plus 20. Plus 20. We do this plus 20 thing. And it seems like wall jump lock is actually set to true. Alright, well, let me just make sure this is what's happening here. Wall jump lock is set to true from the right wall jump. Also, I'm going to get rid of this. Update this back to be 6. Okay. Okay, so the std out actually removes our print statements because I can't see shit. So it's good. It's good for when we export the game, but for now, project settings, we're gonna have to bring that back in. Do 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 do. All right. Do we see it anywhere? So we dash, time left and force dash. Adjusting player distance to wall. Doesn't seem like this jump actually ran. Wall jump lock wall jump lock is set to true. If not floor check, if the state, because we're not in the climb state, we're here. Oh, and we are technically in the climb state. Whoops. If I do that type of jump, but I want to do that type of jump. All right, so wall jump lock is set to true. I'm gonna remove some of these. I'm gonna remove these spikes so we can actually test this out without dying every time. Here, I'm also gonna add. I'll add another window capture so you guys can actually see what I'm printing out. And we're gonna crop some of this out. Transform, edit transform. This is crop top. We'll say 500, 800. And crop right, we'll say 400. Alright, there we go. And we'll fade this out a little bit. How do we fade things out? Color correction? Is there an option? Properties? No. There must be a way. Set color, custom color, alpha channel, 100. Oops. What the hell? Oh, you could set colors of sources. I didn't know that. No, but we want to. I guess it would be maybe is it chroma key? Opacity. There we go. Okay. Shit, I forgot what we were testing out now. Right, the wall jump. Okay, so let me get rid of this hold wall delay. We know it works already, so I need to get rid of that. Hold wall delay. Let's get rid of all of this. And I'll keep that there, actually. I'll get rid of this. Okay. Let's go back into the game. So yeah, not everyone is gonna. Okay. So wall jump block is set to true. This is on the entrance of the slide state, or sorry, on the jump state, on the jump method. What? Oh shit! What happened? Just wall jump block is set to true. So wall jump block is set to true, which is good. When do we set it to false? Let me see. When are we checking for wall jump block? This is in movement. We do some movement in wall jump block. If move right input, if not wall jump block. Interesting. Let me see something. Are we entering the fall state? Is that why we're? Oh my god. Yeah, we actually are experiencing the full jump width. From the slide to the jump. Okay, so wall jump block is set to true on the jump state. We go the full distance. Why doesn't it happen here though? It doesn't happen. I don't know why, but like down here it seems like it's fine. Right. Let me just check. See, it seems like we experienced the full jump here. Is it because I'm pressing something else? And then all of a sudden... It could be a spamming issue. Maybe I'm just like... actually pressing right before we get to the... Oh, you know what it is? I'm tapping... I think what's happening actually is that I'm pressing the jump button and not right the right input. So not sure what I want to do about that. Should we let the player do this? Basically just jump off, or we can make it so that wall jump block is set to true even if they tap the jump button. That way if they like press nothing, it'll still be set to true. Or if they press the jump button, jump input. So, here, let me see. So yeah, you can see right here, so like on vector2.left, if, this is on the climb state, else we do this, if move left input, we do jump block. If move right input, we make them jump on the right wall. And if there's no input whatsoever, we do we just do right input and like basically it's similar to a right wall jump, but there's also yeah, it's literally the same thing as pressing right. So basically what we would do is just switch these two, and it would be that. We can try it. I should have commented this out. And no input or press up. Maybe we want to do something for press up too, but we'll consider our options. Let me erase this. Originally for no input and press up. Or press, I mean, it's just all edge cases. And for this one, let's just grab this. I'm just gonna, yeah, we'll comment this out. Put this. All right. So this is if like the player is spamming input. Oh, what the hell? What the hell is that about? This is me pressing nothing, and we kind of like bounce off the wall a bit. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, it's like oh. Is there like input from the player? What the frick? Never seen that before. Okay. Well, we'll look into that. That's. Let me see. Do we ever enter the slide state? You know what I should do? I should add like sounds that, so I know exactly when we hit the bounce state. But I can't tell right now. Here, let me go to options. Just print that. No, we just go from the jump to the fall, and somehow, yeah, just. Well, one, did we add that that function again, or that if statement again from the jump state? States.jump. Yeah, we did. Okay, so I'm gonna comment this out again. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. All right, so yeah, this is what it could. This is what. Basically, wall jumps are automated for us now. Well, if you press it like this, basically, if you're don't have too many brain cells, and you just want to speed run, sometimes it still sometimes requires a little bit of. I don't want to say precision, but also I want to make sure. Oh, so yeah, the initial problem with the whole, is the input equal to vector2.right or vector2.left was because people would press, they would jump off the wall with no input whatsoever, and that's what was causing the whole movement input like snap thing. I'm trying to think. Do we want to let the player enter BRB? All right, sounds good. I'm trying to think if I want to allow this. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's causing any issues, but I won't know until we do like a few playtests of like different rooms and stuff. And there aren't too many climbing rooms in the game, but yeah, let's try it out with what we've got so far. It'll be good to actually test in chapter 2 because we have a little bit more platforming in chapter 2. Let me just grab everything that we have here. I think that's everything. And we're going to be adding more rooms. The plan today was to add more rooms. I'm hoping to stick to that plan. We'll start from here. And we'll have to try out with different forms of oh shit, what the hell? Is it? Oh. I'll have to look. I wonder if that was always an issue. Also, I need to see... Okay, yeah, we just go into the fall state. And we also want to see... Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's like done automatically for us too, which I kind of like. Oh, hitboxes are kind of... What the hell is that about? I'll have to look into that. I have to do visible collision shapes. Yeah, we used to do some raycast stuff that would prevent that from happening. I'll have to look into it. All right, so I don't think... Well, we'll see it through because it might be another section of the climbing here. And then we'll go into the second chapter to test it out. It seems pretty good to, so far to me, though. Okay, wait. Yeah, stuff like this is the problem, though. Like, I don't know why we're not doing a full jump right there. You know what it is? I think technically, yeah, we are pressing vector 2 dot right at that moment, and that's why the jump is not, it's not full. That's the, I guess that's the main issue with this mechanic, or like doing it this way. Is that if the player if they press vector 2 dot right and then all of a sudden start pressing, or if they're pressing against the wall and then all of a sudden they press the opposite direction, it isn't accounted for and they get screwed over when they press the jump button. What we could do is maybe, I wonder, like we could add maybe a stop frame to like make things feel more responsive, but I don't know if that's the right approach. Oh my god, I keep killing myself here. I gotta take a chill pill. And we have to fix hitboxes pretty soon. Oh my god. Alright. Chill out. Dude! Alright, so wall jumps are a little different now. Let me see. There aren't too many wall jumps to test this out just yet, but in the next few rooms, I think there'll be a few. So here's a good example of this working actually pretty well. I remember I used to kind of mess up with the inputs. Oh, wait. Just as I say that. I'm trying to think, like... Also, this is mainly on the keyboard. Because I think I don't have this problem with controller. I'm going to plug in the controller right now and see. So another thing we could potentially do is add a another stop frame, or not necessarily a stop frame, but like a transition animation, or like transition state from the wall jump from the slide, kind of like a charge up, which would give the player more time to just have better reactions. I don't know if it's like it technically is a skill issue. But considering that I have this skill issue, I feel like some people also might have this issue. And I think that's the problem. So yeah, we could add, yeah, that's another solution I just thought of. Oh shit, we can't even get across. Oh shit, we're gonna die. All right. So yeah, that's one solution. And we're trying to expand on. I mean, most of the levels are already fully designed for Chapter 1. The issue is that one of the mechanics isn't really taught and isn't expanded on as much as I thought it would initially. I used to do it all the time, wall jumps and stuff, or climbing and stuff like that, and it's not in the game at all anymore, or just barely touched. So I want to get the player better at that so we can introduce more wall climbing rooms. The issue at the moment is there are some, like, for people who have really slow tunnel vision issue. What's a tunnel vision issue? Tunnel vision. Well, this is actual tunnel vision. Yeah. And it's like, it should be like people are able to accomplish the, basically you focus too much on A and neglected B. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's probably what happened. And I mean, it's fine the way it is. Like the game honestly is like completely fine without the climb mechanic. Like it really isn't expanded on that much. But I would like to add some of it back to the game. Alright, so here's the issue though. If you've ever played a game like Celeste, what they do is they have a climb mechanic, like they have a climb button, and that allows you to basically, just chill on a wall for a period of time. What I do in this game, I have both the option to hold the wall, like you can press a button, like climb button, or you can literally just press right input. So like let's say you're pressing right on the D-pad, you could stick to this wall and you'd achieve the same thing. I have an option to disable this in the settings, but yeah, most people I think have a hard time pressing the grab button, especially if they're playing on keyboard. But yeah, I want to be as accessible to people as possible, more accessible to people, and more often than not, that's gonna mean people are not going to press the climb button. One solution can be. I mean, yeah, that's already an option. It's just that it's not intuitive for people who are new to platforming to have to press a climb button. So yeah, we have we have controller key bindings. We have keyboard key bindings. There's 2 inputs, stuff like that. But that's not that's not the problem. It's just that the less amount of buttons, the better, basically. But yeah, right now there's 2 types of jumps, and we were explaining this in the kind of drew everything out. Basically, originally you would hold there is a hold wall timer. So if you're pressing vector 2 dot, like say you're on this wall and you're pressing input to go left, there's 50 milliseconds where you're actually held on this wall so that you have the opportunity to jump to this side. And then same with the right side. If you somehow enter this wall and you're pressing vector 2 dot right, you have another 50 milliseconds before you just fall straight down, and you can jump. And this solves one problem, but then there's another problem, and that's what's this one. The other problem is if you're not pressing anything at all, it's counted as a right jump, but there's no input required. There's no input added. So like if the player's on this wall, it'll count as technically like you basically do a jump that looks like this when there's no input. But the issue with this is that you don't get the momentum that you get from this jump. So what will happen is someone will jump like this, they'll jump like this, they'll start going this way, and then they'll start pressing vector 2 dot left input, and then they'll start falling this way. And that's the problem. That's basically the problem in a nutshell. So they do this, they go here, and then they're like, oh shit, what happened? Like they basically lose all momentum doing like a zigzag up a wall. But we fixed this by forcing basically no input is equivalent to this type of input, regardless of whether you're in the climb state or in the jump state. Actually, it might just be the slide state, the climb state. Sorry, it's only in the slide state. But there's one more issue, and that issue is if the player let's say the player is right here, and there's a wall right here, and then there's another wall right here. If they jump onto this wall, they might enter. So they're right here. They're still pressing vector 2 dot right. They're still pressing input on the right button, but their brain is telling me, hey, I want to go here. So they press the jump button, but they're still pressing this button. So the jump method that's ran doesn't force them to go to the left, but instead adds velocity to the right, but it's not forcing them to go in this direction. So what happens is the same thing that happens here. They start falling. They start going up like this, and then they're like, oh, I want to go left, and then they start falling down to the down right, basically down right direction, and then it ruins the momentum again. The way Celeste handled this problem was that basically, if you were on the right side, if you weren't in the climb state, if you were pressing vector 2 dot right, you would jump to the right, and then obviously if you were pressing nothing at all, you would go straight up. But if you were pressing right, obviously you would also go to the right. And if you were in the climb state, then you had full control of your state. So if you were pressing right, you would basically bunny hop up this wall. If you were pressing left, you would do a full jump to the right. A full jump to the left. But because we're not doing grab states, or we're not having grab states manipulate the player's jump, we have to, I think we're going to do it this way, or do I have it written? I don't think we have it written just yet. What we're going to do is have, kind of like it's kind of like a hold wall jump timer, but it's like prevent the player from entering the jump state timer, if that makes sense. Only when they enter the wall jump. But what will happen is it's still sort of like a pre-jump window. Basically, they won't have the ability to jump. So yeah, we're gonna remove the player's ability to jump the second they enter the slide or climb state. But if they were to press it, we're going to record it for 50 milliseconds, and 50 milliseconds later, if they have the right input, which hopefully they will at that point, they will do that jump. Or if they do press the right, if they do press vector 2 dot right, they'll just do. Basically, this will happen, but I guess this is inevitable. If you're trying to, if you're slow at the game, this is what will happen. But at least we're giving them a small window of opportunity to fix their. It's technically their problem, but as a developer, it's your problem. Basically, pull off grab state on a timer. Pull off grab state. So right now, there's two states. There's a slide state and there's a climb state. It's basically the same thing, and I'm thinking of actually eventually we're gonna refactor everything and put everything under, I don't know, like a wall state, and then inside the wall state we'll have both the slide and another substate for the climb. Right now they're individual states, and you enter from the slide state, but if you press vector 2 dot right, you get into the climb state. So we have to mess with some stuff. But if you press vector 2 dot left again, so if you're pressing right, you go the second you press right, you get into the climb state, but the second you let go, you enter the slide state again. But the timer is still consistent. But regardless, it's usually Alright, so yeah, let's just try adding. But in a nutshell, all we want to do is add a timer that prevents the player from jumping immediately. So let's do that. And it's very similar. It's kind of in a nutshell, it's kind of similar to Coyote Time, but it's the opposite. It's hey, don't jump yet. For I don't know how long we're gonna do it. Maybe 50 or 100 milliseconds. All right. So let's see. var jump. Do we have jump duration, jumps left, start jump? We have can jump, start jump, all this kind of stuff. I don't know if we should do a var can wall jump or something like that. 0.1 millisecond sounds it might be a little too much. We'll see. That's how long our Coyote Time is. But the thing is, it won't feel non-responsive, because if you press it, it'll still happen. It's just that there's a delay with it. And I think players can't really tell. There's a lot of like, I mean, if you look at how many timers are in our game already, all of these timers are just there to make the player feel like they press the button at the right time. But yeah, certain ones are like 50 milliseconds. You can see some of them. Let's see. Teleport timer, one-way collision timer. We actually do 100 milliseconds for a lot of things. Some of these are also reset in the player script for like export variables. But yeah. Speedrunning would be hard. No. The thing is, speedrunning, like, when you're speedrunning, you're just bound to the limitations of the game. That doesn't make it. And what we can do is make 50 milliseconds the bare minimum, and then depending on the player's like, there are like a bunch of things that I usually like to consider when like trying to make the game feel as responsive as possible. We'll try it out right now, see how it works. So we're gonna do can jump. Should we do can wall jump? And then on the entrance of the slide state, we would say can wall jump is equal to false. What we could do is also check if the player is pressing the wrong button, and that's the only time it'll feel quote unquote unresponsive, or like that's when we'll add the delay. If their input is unexpected, we'll slow down. Oh yeah, and we could also punish. Another issue in the game is that like I technically allow can wall jump. We'll say can wall jump is equal to. We'll say it's equal to true by default, and on the entrance of the jump state, can wolf jump? It's so funny. Like I keep adding more and more like responsive mechanics. I mean, it's something that I take deep pride in. Like, people tend to say like, "Oh, the game feels so responsive." Like, yeah, it's because I like focus way too much on it. It's like a double-edged sword though, because once you make one thing responsive, you have to make everything responsive. But yeah, let's see. Let's go into. Okay, so we're gonna say can wall jump. Let me just back everything up again. Did we even do anything? Seems like we... Alright, so what we made neutral jumps. Actually, push the player. Okay. Where do I even want to start with this? So can wall jump is set to true all the time. Basically on the entrance of the jump state, or sorry, on the entrance of the slide state. I'm trying to think, because there are a few edge cases that we might want to consider. Let me see. Oh shit. Do I know of a modern problem called banana back? No. What is that? Banana back. Oh, I might have this banana back. I know of a really good solution for that. What's the solution? Do backstands? Yoga? Standing, maybe? Posture check, yeah. I am checking my posture. This is me having good posture right now. Could raise my seat. Maybe that would help, but yeah. I feel like then my seat is way too high. Alright, let me see. Okay. I will lower it just a bit. Okay. So, I guess we have to draw this again. So the player goes into the climb state, or like they jump here, or they jump here. We're at this point, and they immediately press, they press A, and they want to go in this direction, but they're currently pressing this. How long have I been deving? 3 years now. Like, consistently for 3 years. A little bit more than 3 years, actually. Yeah. I've been programming for like, I want to say 8 or closing in on 9 years maybe. But yeah, consistently game dev 3 years. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell we're trying to do here. You press the jump button, and it's like on the entrance. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna run this one more time. Let's put ourselves in a better room. This room has been the nicest for testing it out. Right here. So, okay, yeah. So, I'm thinking, yeah, what we could do is if you're pressing vector 2 dot right on the right wall, you won't enter the jump until the timer has gone out. I wonder if that's gonna mess with it. So, basically, if movement input dot x is equal to next to wall dot x, start jump delay is equal to true. But if the player, for whatever reason, switches at any point, the jump will start immediately. To make that vector 2 dot right jump vector 2 dot left jump faster. We'll see how this goes, because it would make hogging the same wall slower, and it might feel unresponsive. Like, this was technically a good strategy for the game at a certain point, so it could ruin like gameplay just a bit, but maybe it'll feel natural. Maybe it won't be too much of a problem. So let's see. So let's go. So this is technically going to be only in the climb state. I don't think, let me see. Does this ever happen in the slide state? I don't think so. Let me try it here. I'm like trying my best to make it happen. That's technically it right there. So you go from the climb to the jump to the fall. Yeah, okay. So we would only have to do this in the climb state. Let's see. As software devs, we can always pull "it's not a bug, it's a feature." Yeah. The thing is, because I'm making a game very similar to Celeste, people are gonna like. I always get like feedback where it's like either, hey, this game is too much like Celeste, or hey, this game is not enough like Celeste. And so like working with feedback is very difficult. I mean, I am listening to like it's usually other devs who are making these comments. It's not usually another player, but yeah, I think I know what is good for the game either way. So true, features, not bugs, definitely. All right, so let's go. And if we make this work, I honestly think this is a better method for wall jumps in video games in general. I mean, the less buttons, the better, right? So yeah, let's go into we're gonna have to go into our climb state. And basically right here, where is it? We say if start jump. Start jump is equal to true when. What? Did we do this in our input controller? What's this? Oh yeah, we do. We say okay. So if input actuation, we say start jump. This is slightly a problem. I mean, maybe not. Pre-jump window dot start if jump input. I mean, we could technically handle this in the player code. So basically, what we would do is say in the climb state. This is why we need to rewrite so much of this. I'm gonna put it right here for now, just because it's just easier to test out. So we'll say. If input controller dot movement input is equal to what is it called? It's equal to raycasts dot last wall. Is it last wall on? Let's see. Or is equal to is equal to next to wall. Do we need to check for next to wall, or can we just say last wall on? I think we can just check last wall on. I have to run this again. Okay, so let's go back here. We'll say just last wall on. Dot x. We'll say we're gonna have to create the timer, but we'll say for now. If and this has to be dot x. If movement input is equal to our last wall on dot x, we'll say, what is it called? Not hold wall delay. What do we call it? Jump delay? Wall jump delay? God damn it, what the hell? Can wall jump, okay. Can wall jump is set to true. Can wall jump is going to be set to false. Hold wall undelay, yeah. Can wall jump. Can wall jump is set to false right away. I wonder if we should just disable wall jumps. Same wall jumps. This would fix the problem altogether. It's almost 2, and you gotta wake up at 6 thing. Good luck, man. I actually split my sleep schedule. We could actually try. I'm low-key want to try this. We would have to make sure that if this happens, we would want to say start jump is actually set back to false, because then otherwise, once you press vector 2.left, it'll do this thing. But yeah, let's see. So technically, we can't hog walls anymore. I lied. Why is that working? If input controller dot movement x is equal to last wall on dot x pass. From the climb state, yeah, what the hell? Is there something else that's putting us in the jump? Is this? Oh, what the hell? What is this? We were writing this in the move state for some reason. This is why we need to refactor. Okay. Boom, 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 right here. Are there any other states that would mess with us? Wall slide. No, I don't think so. Okay. So if this is equal to this, we'll pass. Else we'll change the state to the jump state, and yeah, that's it. All right. So you can't jump anymore. But you wait. Let me see something. Can't jump anymore, but if you press vector 2.right, you can still, or vector 2.left, you can jump. Juicebox Hero, how's it going? All right, so this is where we would start the timer then, and we would actually have to create a like delayed jump variable. I just realized. So on the entrance of climb, delayed jump would be set to false. Or on the entrance of the climb, we could say it's equal to true. I'm trying to think if we would have to mess with like. This is why we also need to put all of these into the same state, because like some stuff could mess up around here. Oh, you're Steph from Twitch. How's it going, man? All right. Do you climb up the wall by hopping up and up, then try to jump after? On both sides. It'll work pretty well actually. But it's not what I want to do, because I still want to let the player, like, if they want to hog the wall, they can hog the wall. It's just not going to be allowed. It's not going to be encouraged. I mean, so doing wall jumps are going to be like, you know, Prince of Persia wall jumps is going to be more encouraged. Stuff like that should be good. Lovely to find new Godot streamers. Nice. Yeah, there aren't too many of us. I wish there were more. But it is what it is. So yeah, you can see here, like I can't jump anymore, but it encourages doing these types of walls now. But what we will do is let's try to add this delay now. I don't know if the delay is gonna look ugly. As engineers, it's our job to do what is not meant to be done. Yeah, honestly, I feel like this could, but I feel like this could be it. JS exists on embedded nowadays, right? Okay. Let's go back to var jump. Oh, where's our jump? Where do we put it? Hold wall delay. Can wall jump. Let me put this here. We'll say it's equal to true right away. And here on the enter state of climb state, we might have to do it on the enter state of the slide state too. But I'm trying to think actually. Might not actually there's we'll see. Too many edge cases I have to think of right now. I'm just gonna handle the first one. States.climb. Oh, we don't do anything on the entrance of the climb state? Are we in the right one? Alright. So we'll say, dude, what did we call it? Jump delay is equal to true on the entrance of it. Start wall jump. No, we're gonna call it start. Yeah. I'm gonna call it start wall delay. Start wall jump delay. And then let's go back into. We're also gonna have to create a timer. Let's do that right now. It's gonna be one shot, and we'll set it to 100 milliseconds for now. But we might make it 50 milliseconds or something like that. 50 might be good enough. But 1 also might be good enough just because, or 0.1 might be good enough just because you're not really going to be hogging the same wall all the time. So maybe it won't be too much of a problem. So now let's go into our state logic again. Let's go into states.climb. And what we'll say here is if start jump, if movement input.x is equal to last wall on .x, if start wall jump delay, we'll first say start wall jump delay. Is equal to false. I'm thinking of starting game dev. Burnt out of backend. What's your recommendation for starting? Say with a card game. The biggest recommendation I can give you is just keep your scope really small. I think most people, especially if you already have a programming background, a lot of people underestimate the amount of work that goes into a game. There's there is a lot of open source projects out there and things that you could just download and mess with, but it's people think, oh yeah, let me just download that and then I'll expand on it, but it's still very overwhelming to work with. Yeah, I mean, a card game is, it's like that with everything, but I guess because I've done so much game development, that's the one that I experienced the most. So I would say the best thing to do is, I'm sure you've done your fair share of projects, but this was something that got me into game dev seriously, was creating making a game in 2 weeks. Or the video that I saw was by MeZZs, which was basically saying, oh, try to make a game in 2 hours, then try to make a game in 2 days, then try to make a game in 2 weeks. I started immediately with the 2 weeks one, but yeah. Like just doing something within like giving yourself a deadline and actually finishing the game from start to finish. Like not half-assing it, but yeah. That's usually what worked for me. What kind of game did you make in 2 weeks? I made this. This was my first ever game in Godot. Actually, I did make another. So, I did try. So, like I said, everyone tends to underestimate the amount of work that goes into a game. My first project was I was trying to make like a kind of like a roguelite, what's it called? Freaking Hotline Miami type of game, like top-down skills, stuff like that. But yeah, it was definitely an overscope. This was the first game I made, which is like a turn-based, it's literally roguelike, but with like a timer. And this was actually expanded on from like another project that I saw from MeZZ's, and I was just like, oh, let me just try like just messing with it. And yeah, this is what I came up with. Basically, you have to find pickaxes, and the pickaxes help you. You can use the pickaxe, like you see, you have 10 pickaxes. You can use them to break these walls, and you can see them through the walls. So yeah, that's all I did. And then there are these goblins that are chasing you. Did you start as a non-gaming dev? Yeah. I mean, I never really worked as a dev professionally. I went to school for it, but I didn't finish. And I want to finish, but yeah, I got so into game development that I was like, hey, I really want to do this. Maybe it's a little naive, but I'm really enjoying myself. I'm hoping we get somewhere with it. So yeah, the funny thing is though, this was my second project, and now this project right here. So I wanted to do, for like maybe like a few months, I wanted to do a bunch of 2-week projects. But what came out of it was I started working on this game, and now this game I've been working on for 2.5 years, a little bit more than 2.5 years now, like 2 years, 8 months or something like that. But I still do game jams from time to time. So like this was a game jam, this was a game jam. Oh, yeah, all of these are game jam submissions. Okay, so if start jump delay, we say it's equal to false, and we're also going to say, we didn't add this as a variable yet, but we're just going to say dot start. And we also need to add a signal from this one. Really like that moment when you start a project and can't really bear to let it go. Yeah, I know a lot of people are really into, like, a lot of people have this issue of, like, switching between projects. I have the opposite issue. I have a really hard time letting go. But I will say, I mean, this is like my main, like I'm trying to release this one commercially, so I mean, I guess it would make sense. But yeah, I'm like really into this like every time I open up another project, I'm like, hey, I could be spending this time working on Memori. So yeah, but I enjoy it too. I think there's I've learned so much working on this game, and it's like the difference between like making not to undervalue like games like RPGs or anything like personally, it's my favorite type of game, or my favorite type of genre is like usually RPG games or like simulation games. But I guess I'm not really as much into I love playing those games, but I don't like developing those games. I think I enjoy developing games that involve like timing and like the user experience and stuff like that. We created so many timers. This is literally this could literally just be fixed by just setting like some really simple rules for our wall jumps. But I really like just handling every edge case and making the game feel really smooth. It's just, yeah, I like it. So I'm gonna keep doing it, and it teaches you maybe for like future development how to make something feel responsive. So yeah. So we started our timer. We don't have a signal for it just yet, and we created another variable. What did we call it? Basically, can wall. Oh, we did create a can wall jump variable, and I just deleted it because I'm like, oh wait, no, that's not what we need. We need both. We need a can wall jump, and we need a something else. All right, where was that again? Var, what do we call it? we have so many variables that I have like, I know we did, okay, wall jumps right here. Can enter, let's see. Oh, so we did have a can wall jump, all right. So on the exit of this signal, can wall jump will be set to true. And we also want to make sure on the entrance state that can wall jump is set to false. And this is only going to be done if, you're pressing vector 2.right on a right wall. There's no other state where this is important. States dot climb. And wall jump is set to false. This might mess with us if we keep going from the slide to the climb, from the slide to the climb. But we'll see. Maybe it won't be a problem. So yeah, Soul Development is a community that I started with another individual a while back. We started on Reddit actually, and then it kind of just grew into a Discord. I think this link is mildly broken. Which one? The Discord one or the Reddit one? Let me see. Remember someone mentioning that. I don't know why it doesn't look broken to me on my screen. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So, bots are not able to like shift enter for some reason. But even though on Stream Elements it is set to shift enter. Like for me, you see, it worked. Here, let's try. Here, I'll fix that right now. So I just have to put a space. Which one was it for Discord? So yeah, you can see I put an enter here. If I put a space now, it should be fine. Does it do the same thing for the solo dev one? Let's see. No, I should just ensure that we don't use shift enters. I should just put a space and then call it there. Steam. Wonder if it does it. Steam, oh yeah, it does it the same thing here too. Let's put a colon, I guess. Let me see. Alright, there we go. So yeah, I did it for solo development, it seems. But yeah, I'm just gonna do this for everything. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay, I guess that's fine. There we go. Memori. Wish list. Same thing. Grumble. See if Grumbles is broken. Alright, everything here looks good. Alrighty. Yeah, it should all be good now. Let's go back here, states.climb. So we start the jump delay. This is only if input is equal to the same wall. And technically you're still in the jump state, so actually, maybe it's not. We do have a jump delay timer, which is like, I think it's 100 milliseconds. So if we make this 50 milliseconds, it could actually all work out. Like everything could work out in the same, like we wouldn't have to add any other like checks. But let me see. if start wall jump delay is equal to false timers / wall delay dot start. And then we would say if jump. What do we call it? Start jump? Or start wall jump? No. Can wall jump? If can wall jump, we'll say change state to state dot jump. And then if if they press the right button, or if they press technically if they press vector2.up, they will also jump. But this is considered a neutral jump, which we force the player to the left. So this should just work. Let me just make sure we have it set to one shot. It's 100 milliseconds. We might change this to 50 milliseconds. Let's see. So as you can see, our jumps are super delayed now, unless you do that, which I don't. Yeah, it feels very it feels too clunky. Like this feels weird. Try 50 milliseconds. So 50 milliseconds is actually better. Like, it doesn't feel unresponsive, at least. Although it does feel like visually, like from your perspective, it does look better, but I'm technically spamming the, like, it doesn't feel responsive because I'm spamming the jump button. Let me see. And you can technically, okay, so this is the problem though. Actually, we also need to make sure the timer, I don't think it'll ever be a problem. Maybe this is fine, because again, the whole reason why I wanted to implement this was just to make sure that the, you know, like the, I'll call them the Prince of Persia jumps. I wanted to make those feel more responsive. The other issue though, is that sometimes your jumps are not perfect, so like, let's say you end up here. I'm trying to see the perfect pattern where like you end up on the right wall. Let's see. I guess we could just keep it the way it is. Let me see. There are other rooms where we have wall jumps. So let's see. So like we have one right there. Also, we have to fix that hitbox issue. Dude, that happens way... we must have done something recently with our hitboxes or something. Because that's like super punishing now. Whenever there's a spike right above us. Yeah, how's it going, Parkour Ninja, Kitty? Alright. And so it's a little bit more punishing now because if you are just slightly below where you need to be. Also, we need to figure out what the hell we're doing with those hitboxes now. The hitbox seems jank. Yeah, it is jank. It's because we were messing with some other stuff lately. I will fix it. Probably today or tomorrow. Alright, we need more wall jumps. Or, like, we need to test out more wall jumps. Let me go into chapter 2. Oh, wait, no. Chapter 3. It's a combination of like I edit a decent amount. I've commissioned in the past. Usually I just either find assets on itch or like purchase them on itch as well. And then it's a combination of like me editing them and just like, yeah, most of the time I have to edit them. At least change the color palette, or like, yeah, do something with it. Like for example, this used to be a sprite. Here we put a sprite, and it's a combination of the sprite, change the colors, and also putting particles that blend with it. So it's both. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Let's get rid of this, and this is actually chapter 3. Gonna go hit the sec? Alright, sounds good. Peace, man. Thanks for stopping by. Night. Alright, I'll hydrate. Thank you. Peace. So yeah, jumps like that feel way less responsive now. Whoa, it's like you get tired too. What can we do about that? We can't even get across anymore. At least not in this room. Okay. So, now the problem... Alright, let's see. Alright, so we're on this wall. The second you enter the climb state, you're holding onto this wall. We could, okay, so one solution would be is if the previous state, we could say, but the thing is, we're in the previous state could be climbed from going this way, so maybe not. Maybe not. We could discourage this in general by just putting spikes everywhere, but it's still too slow. We could make it so that it only happens once per wall jump state, or let me see, if this has happened and it's on the same wall, so before we enter, basically what we could do, we could keep if previous state is equal to states.climb, and is equal to, you know, the current wall. Then we don't do it. I don't think we have anything that records, like, the second we find out that our current wall is a new wall, last wall on gets updated, so, like, it would technically be kind of confusing. I mean, we could check before we even do anything, we could check what the last wall on was, and then, like, save it again as another variable. The first jump here would still be slightly delayed, and the input from the player, you wouldn't achieve. The other problem with this is that you're not achieving the full jump. So this, problem one. Spamming wall jump feels too slow. And then problem two, not achieving the full jump when on the same wall. Maybe if we solve this problem, though, this won't be a problem anymore, too. So what we could do is just make sure that same wall jumps are max height. We could do that. Let's try it out. All right. Alright, so this is on. Let me look at our jump function real quick. So basically, if vector2.jump is equal, we set our minimum jump we set it to our minimum jump velocity divided by 6. On either side, we're going to this height. Barbie pick. state is equal to. What's weird is we do if recently moved. Forgot what this recently moved thing is, but if move. Also, if not hold wall. So we're doing two things. Else, yeah, I'm not sure why we need to do this whole hold wall thing. It seems like the jumps are the same. The only thing that's different is that we're adding velocity. In the opposite direction. Let me see something. How's it going, Yan Yan? What you been up to? Well, I know you've been. I saw your the page for the game. I didn't play it, but I did see it. Or I didn't run it, but I did see the page. Sorry, I'm late. No, you're good. You haven't saw the game? No, I have not. Yeah, I'll play it tomorrow for sure. Whenever you're there. As long as I'm, as long as I'm streaming, I'll play it. So yeah, you can see, okay, it's the same thing. You can see the delays with the inputs. We do also need to make sure so we can give ourselves a minimum time. That's one thing that would fix this whole problem. Or minimum, the max jump height. You see? Yeah, what if we just did that? What's the difference? There's no difference with me holding the jump with climb, but I'm not actually sure which one it's using. I'm not sure if it's using. I don't remember what recently moved does. But we're just gonna put it for both. I don't think it matters. We're gonna put it for both cases. Let me comment this out for now and just say, oh wait, whoops. Comment this out and put this instead. So we're saying max jump velocity divided by 6. See what's that about? All right, so I think that's what we're gonna do. So we keep the delay on the player. The wall jumps seem to be the same. Let me see what happens if you spam it though. Oh, if you spam it, it cuts it out. Yeah, how's it going, Half Moon? So you would just have to be a little bit. Yeah, spamming is not the solution anymore. We could make it the solution. But also, I want to encourage doing wall jumps. Like, again, Prince of Persia wall jumps. Also, wait, I want to see one more thing. So that's me tapping it very slowly, or relatively slowly, and this is me spamming it. Maybe we want to encourage. Wait, let me see one more thing. Yeah, it looks terrible. Doing good. How about you? I'm pretty good. Just trying to figure out what we want to do with this. With the jumps in our game, we could ensure maybe a full jump. But then at that point, yeah, hogging the wall is the apparent solution in the game now. Or I mean, it always has been. But I want this to be faster. Let me see. should add a. We should time this. Oh, it doesn't add the timer. Let's go into speedrun mode real quick. So around 5 seconds to get to the end of the room. So like the same thing. But I'm also not playing the same. Oh my god. Yo, Code Red, how's it going, man? Oh, I gotta add. Where am I? Oh, we got it on this one. Okay. Forgot I have to add it to Memori. Was there a sound that played for you guys, by the way? Oh, maybe not. Alright, let me know if there was a sound. Should have been something. Or maybe because we were in this scene, it didn't play anything. How's it going, Code Red? What you been up to, man? Just playtesting? Nice. We're kind of doing something similar. So it's so funny, like, I've been working on this game for so long, and like I'm never satisfied with like certain elements of the game. Right now we're kind of just looking at wall jumps. Alright, this is definitely slower in its current state. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to make the wall jumps feel a little bit more responsive. We're having this issue with like, well, originally the problem was that if players press the wrong input, basically if they're on the right wall and they're pressing right input, or they're pressing nothing, with the intention of going to the left, with the intention of jumping to the left wall, it like screws up the momentum of the player. So we added a bunch of like, well, one, we added a hold wall timer, so they're sticking to the wall for I believe 100 milliseconds, but there's still another issue, and that's if they are on this wall and they're pressing vector 2.right. So they're on the right wall, they're pressing right, but they intend on going left. The second they do a jump, they start going up this way, and then they switch their input to go left, but at this point there's not enough jump height, and they start moving downwards in the down left direction. So this kind of like this also screws up the momentum, and we've figured out the solution to like fix all of this. But the issue now is that if the player wants to, for instance, stick to the wall and input and like keep basically bunny hopping from this side over and over here, there's just a delay. It's just so much slower than going this way. And I don't mind like rewarding the player from like, you know, speed, like zigzagging, but I want to make sure that I'm not punishing the player for bunny hopping. So I'm trying to figure out the best solution there. We might remove the delay just a bit, or just we'll figure out what we need to do here, and then the other solution would be just to add like in certain areas we would just put like, you know, little spikes around so that they have to go this way. But yeah, everything is solved for except for the bunny hops. And I think we're really close, but it might take a couple of days. I hope I could finish it by today, but you never know with these kinds of things. But yeah, how you said you were just doing some playtesting. I gotcha. Nice. For anyone interested, CodeRad is also working on he's also a sole developer. I think you make most of the game yourself, right? It's a pretty cool game. Let me see if I can get your game up. You mainly commission? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't commission, but I buy a lot of assets. That's my form of commission. I would like to commission, it's just, it's usually more expensive. Okay. We're so close. So one solution was to make the max velocity this, but that doesn't seem to fix the whole problem. While we're in the jump state, we also cancel some, if the player lets go a little too soon, they don't achieve the max jump. Like, see, this is me spamming it, so we kind of just like slightly go up. If I hold the jump button, that's a different story. Lurk gonna grab some food. All right, sounds good. The max jump. Let me see something. The max jump is always achieved on the wall jump here. So let's just figure out why the max jump here is fine, but wall jump block. I guess we just have to say wall jump block. Let's see. Maybe we would want to set this to the min jump velocity at that point then. For both. What was it? Min jump on the left. Where is it? On move left. Oh, what? On the left side. Motion.y is equal to min. Motion.y is equal to min. Motion.y is equal to min. Hopefully I didn't screw up somewhere where we made... Alright, it seems like they're... Oh. Right here. Oh, I guess we were only messing with vector 2.left. We didn't even touch... we only touched the right wall. We didn't even mess with the right wall. With the left wall. Oh, what the... Oh, okay. So, wall jump lock does some crazy stuff with the... So we just have to see what wall jump lock does again. Just makes us jump in the opposite direction. Let me comment this out one more time. Alright, so wall. Whoops. So in wall jump block, we say motion is equal to this. And do we do anything with the motion.y? Wall jump block. Doesn't seem like, I don't see anything with motion.y being manipulated, which is odd to me. I guess maybe we're not experiencing the full jump. Let me see. Whoops. No, this is what the jump looks like here. And this is what a full jump would look like. And then from here... Oh, I guess we don't get a full... We never actually get a full jump unless the player holds the jump button. I wonder if we want to maximize... Like, make it do that. Let's see. So basically what we do in... Here, let me back this up again. What did we do? What did we add? Say jump wall. Same wall jump delay. Do 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 do. So in our jump function, if we do a wall jump, we can make it the max height. This would mess with some of the gameplay, for sure. But who knows? Maybe like the level design. Again, we don't have too many walls in our game that the player has to climb, so we would just edit those rooms and then fix the game appropriately, I guess, or like make it look good. So currently, what we do next to wall. next to wall. Where do we do this? Where we say, oh shit. Basically motion.y. I think we do like motion.y divided by 2. Oh, we do this while in state. Interesting. Okay, so if the previous state was is not equal to states.jump, and if it's less than the minimum jump velocity. So let's do this. We'll say if previous state is equal to we don't even use the zipline state that often anymore, but we're gonna say and previous state. Actually, we'll do this first. If previous state is not equal to states dot. This is technically in the jump state. Sorry, in the climb or slide state, but I'm gonna try it first with the climb state. States.climb. Alright, so yeah, this gives us the full jump every time. And it feels pretty smooth. And then we also get the full momentum. Oh, so let me see this. We're going from the slide to the jump, so we could also do and previous state. Let me try this too. I'm just curious if we make it the previous state with Nanny 964. Thank you. And our previous state does not equal states dot slide. End. Okay. Well, we'll clean this up eventually, but let's just see how this looks. So our jumps are going to be crazy large now every time. Like, it's smoother, I guess. There's less, like, we don't have too many wall jumps in our game to, like, actually test this out in bigger rooms, but here, let's see. We'll bring it back to the beginning. But maybe now we will use wall jumps more often. So like here, like, let's see. Now you experience the full jump there. Oh wait, let me see something. Oh, all right. So here's another problem. There is a slight delay with this. Especially when you're jumping over platforms like this. So yeah, this was the initial solution. Like, this was why we did it. But yeah, there's a small delay when you go from this point to this point. Wait, did I say? Yeah, from this point to this point, it's like... feels slightly weird to me. Maybe if we decrease the timer again. I'm trying to think, what else could we possibly do to make this feel more responsive? Like, it feels super clean right there. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, it's like... it's also barely noticeable, but yeah. It's something that I would want to fix. Also, we have to fix that hitbox issue now. Because we're always going to die there. Alright, yeah, we'll play through the rest of this. Let me just see. What could we do? I guess we could decrease the timer. That would be a quick solution. Like, we could keep decreasing the timer, and that's just what the me see. So wall jump delay, we could just could try 0.025. So 25 milliseconds worth of delay. Let's just speedrun this. So it's usually a problem. Where was it? Actually, don't even notice it. Another solution might be right now we're starting this timer when the player presses the jump button. Maybe we can just start the timer when the player enters the climb state. It might solve the slightly solve the problem, because now there's not a delay with the input, but instead a delay with just entering the state, which could make it, which would because if you're entering the climb state, let's say you already pressed the jump button late, it'll feel like you're even later with the 50 milliseconds. But if you pressed it within 50 milliseconds and your timer is still running, the input delay timer is still running, it might feel like relatively good. So let's try that instead. So again, instead of here, we'll draw it out. So originally we did this, and we said delay on jump, but now we're going to try delay on, basically delay on collision. On basically this exact point right here. With the raycast. Alright. And this would happen through every state, or through every time we enter the slide state. Okay, so wall jump delay, we're going to set back to 0.05. We might even want to set it to 100 milliseconds. We'll see. But now I have to figure out how we're going to do this. We're just going to run this in the enter state. So states dot climb. This is done right here. So we say, if start jump, we do all of this stuff. Technically, there are still a few things that we're going to do. We're going to say, we're just not going to start the timer here. But we are going to, let me see, start jump delay. If start jump delay. All we're going to do is say if can wall jump, and that's it. If input is equal to vector2.right, if can wall jump, we say vector2.right. Another thing that we're going to want to do, let me see. Yeah, oh shit, what did I just do? Oh no. Alright, we have it saved. I hope I didn't delete. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're going to put this in the enter state instead of the climb state. Enter climb state. God damn. So we say start. We keep these variables. I'm going to keep them true for now. But yeah, we're going to say if start wall jump delay. We technically don't need to do that. We say start wall jump delay is equal to false. This is happening on the entrance state, but just to keep things consistent, we'll do that. Can wall jump is set to false on the entrance, but then we start this timer. And also on the exit, we only have 50 milliseconds. Like if you enter the jump state, but I do want to make sure that if this happens, if we exit the climb state, we're just going to make sure that we turn this timer off. All right. There we go. This feels a little bit more. Let me see. It definitely feels more responsive. Let me make sure it's actually working. Let's see. So we did it at, it's 50 milliseconds, a 50 millisecond delay right now. Print. Can a wall jump? Just want to make sure this is also false. So being set to true. Okay, yeah. Yeah, wow, it feels, yeah, this is much better. Will this actually fix the wall jumps that we were struggling with before? Only one way to find out. So in this one, so another thing we could do is allow the player to go into the climb state and wall or slide state from the neutral state. Right now you can't do it. You have to wait for the timer to run out before we register another state. Also, let me say something. Oh, alright, so this delay is actually, it's almost the same as what it was before. Like, because the timer is so small, doing these wall jumps can be punishing sometimes. Let me see. Honestly, it's very hard to screw up though. We'll have to I'll keep playtesting, let's see. Again, we don't have too many rooms that mess with wall jumps. Springs add so much speed to the game that I like to just add springs everywhere. Also, we have to fix that issue. Oh my god. The hitbox issue we're gonna solve next after this. Is there any more? Okay, so here's another wall jump. I'm gonna keep testing this out just to make sure. We have to fix that too. So it feels pretty clean, but I won't know until we need I need someone with super slow reflexes or something to play the game with this, with these new I'm switching to the controller right now to see maybe if something changes, or my my reflexes are slower on controller or something. Again, there aren't too many more climbing rooms here. Oops. Are you talking about me on stream? Did I say Neoteino? Slow reflexes? Alright, there are no more climbing, there's no more climbing. Oh, there's one more section right here. I guess it'll be a good test because I was getting frustrated. when we played it original. Oh shit! Let me see something. Is there a playlist? Did our playlist finish? I guess so. So yeah, the springs are slightly different now. When you enter the bounce state from a dash, it actually pushes you a bit if it's a vertical spring, which actually messes with speedrunning a bit. Have to see. We could just stretch out the rooms just a tiny bit. Like I think it's gonna be like 1 extra tile or 2 extra tiles that the room needs to be. Alright, so there's some more climbing here. Not that much, but enough for me to see if anything feels weird. Like right here. Ooh, that was like really close. It's a little too punishing in my opinion. It definitely is noticeable that our jumping is slightly slower now because of this this new input type. But I think that's, I don't know, I think it's fine. Again, this only happens for if you're hogging the wall. If you're not hogging the wall, there's no delay at all. See. You see something? That looked a little weird. Yeah, the tighter areas are a little bit more difficult. Am I just slow? Yeah. Okay. There is no wall climbing in this section. Okay. There's no wall climbing in any of these new sections. Okay. Alright, let me think about this. What is wrong? What is wrong with the game at the moment? Climbing seems the same, here at least. Is there any other form of input that I could... You know what I could try doing is playing the game on reverse controls, seeing if that feels... But I don't feel like doing that. Let me try... Maybe WASD. Okay, so that feels good. I can't complain. I don't feel any. Wait, let me see. So yeah, there is technically this issue where like you can, if you can time it correctly, you can jump over and do that, but it's so. That's just a skill issue, I think. It's still pretty responsive. Let me see. Also, yeah, I don't have. It seems like I don't have the reflexes to do a jump like that. I want to get to this side. Oh, what the hell? What was that about? All right, so that feels pretty good. Let me try with a controller now. All right, there's one other thing. If you're in the Technically, you can't go into the climb state. I used to do this thing where you can enter the climb state, or at least the slide state from the jump state, while your velocity is going upwards. I removed it since then. It would make the game feel a little bit more responsive, because then you could do wall jumps closer, and you would snap to the wall. Wonder if I should add that back again. Okay, so all of this is in. If we're gonna add this stuff, it needs to be added like now, and it's so that I can add more wall climbing mechanics or wall climbing rooms to the game. I do have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a dump actually, so it's gonna be like 5 to 10 minutes. There it is. Add a snow? Thank you. I will be back. Here, I'll show you guys. It's a cool room to just like that for now. RBL, our Bloodsaw. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Twitch overlay. Just realized I want to put this. What is this? Is pooping? Oh, this is text. Twitch overlay. We got a bunch of stuff going on in a Twitch overlay. Whoops. This should be here. Audio rewards, chat, events. What is this? What the hell is events? I assume events is what's this browser? Okay. This is let me call this channel rewards text. Okay. Let me remove my camera from this as well. All right, I'm gonna copy this. How's it going, Out of Snow? Thank you again for the follow. I guess we can only create copies of this. All right, I'm gonna put this. Oh, we could paste a reference. Hopefully that just works now. We have my audio channels, my audio rewards, my chat, and events, which is if I get rated or something. Okay. And it will show now, right? So here, let me just see. Test. All right, cool. So it gets shown in the when we switch to our game as well. Everything should be fine now. Everything is a-okay. And what we could do is wait, I'm gonna put this window capture in the Twitch over. It's technically not a part of the window. Oh wait, what? What just happened? Why is it invisible now? What did we screw up here? Oh, okay. I think I got it. It's this red one. There we go. Let me rename this to video output. That way, because I like to record stuff too. I usually switch to this scene, so it's easy for me to just hide it and then show it back up. There we go. All right. What were we doing before we got rudely interrupted by my bowels? We're working on the jump. Was there anything else that needed to be fixed? I think it was fine, right? We'll try it one more time. Oh, Bluish Green Productions. How's it going, man? Wait, what happened to our? Oh, I think I hit it, didn't I? Yeah. Twitch overlay. All right. There's usually a sound that plays. Thank you, man. Just as we were messing with it. Extensions, never heard of them. How's it going, Zero? Zero Guana. Did I play your game before, Zero Guana? That name sounds so familiar. Did you participate in GMTK or something? And Grumble folks on GMTK, right. I remember now. Ooh, hydrate, thank you. Yeah, what are we working on, man? Game design feedback. Oh, you do game design feedback? Hell yeah. Oops, wanted to see. What do you got? Just gonna browse. Worlds within worlds. Yeah, how was your stream, man? That's pretty cool. You do interviews and stuff. I tried doing some interviews with Cricket. He's another streamer. He's actually streaming right now. I'd like to do more one of these days. They're a lot of fun. I like that you do game design feedback. I feel like so many people focus on like programming in general, not enough on the actual design. Yo, how's it going, British Geek Guy? It's been a minute. What you been up to, man? Just tried out a couple of games. I usually try to talk to devs over Discord while I play them. Yeah, that's nice. Well, if you ever want to give me feedback, I usually love watching people play. Play my game. Like, I mean, I appreciate feedback, but I also just like watching people play just because it gives me, I think it, picture is worth 1,000 words, and seeing someone play is just like all the feedback in the world. Yeah. I don't want to like, yeah. If you're ever comfortable, or if you ever have the time and you want to play test my game, I do have a version. I am updating the game a bunch though, so like, the later the better, Currently, so for anyone new to the stream, I'm working on a platformer similar to Celeste, and I mean, I've been doing a lot of level design. This is actually the first chapter of the game, but I'm revisiting a mechanic that I've kind of been ignoring for a long time, and that's the wall jumps. And that's because usually we actually don't really, because I have so many mechanics in the game, wall jumps are not even that important anymore. But I'd like to reintroduce it to the game. Celeste? You haven't heard of Celeste? Celeste is, I would say it's probably considered one of the better, better platformers of the decade, I would say. It's a precision platformer, although it's not it is a precision platformer, but it's very user-friendly, like very beginner-friendly in my opinion. Very smooth mechanics. So if you think this is smooth, if you look at Celeste, you'll see that their mechanics are pretty smooth too. And I mean, that was the inspiration I was trying to get really quick. We are rewriting the collisions at the moment, so you can see we're kind of dying. Feels a little unfair at the moment, but yeah. Fell off Celeste because it was too hard. So I will say I am trying to make my game very like. Celeste was an inspiration, but I am trying. I don't want to sound too like ambitious or anything like that, but I am trying to make my game better than Celeste. I mean, yeah. Again, Celeste did an amazing job, and I will they will forever be in my. I will always pay my respects to Celeste, but I am trying to make the input way more responsive than Celeste was. And there are a few different design differences in my game I could delve into it. I could explain some of it on stream if anyone is interested. And if you are into, you said you do interviews and stuff, I would I love talking about this kind of stuff, like what makes it feel good for the player, or what feels responsive, the pacing for the player, like how to, I usually don't like to include tutorials or introductions to the mechanics. It's usually you kind of pace the player. Posture check, thank you. I have terrible. I will check my posture, but I won't fix it. But thank you for the redeem. Also, thank you for the follow, Bluish. Did I follow you? Let me make sure I did. I would love to see some of your streams one of these days. There we go. But yeah, I'll show you guys some of the. So this is the earlier chapter, which just it's very simple mechanics. It doesn't really. If you've played the beginning chapter, if you play the first chapter of Celeste, it's very similar. It does increase in complexity as you progress, but here I'll show you. Here's the first enemy that you're exposed to, and it's also very similar to the battle line mechanic or battle line fight scene. If you got that far, but maybe not. That's closer to the end of the game. I do plan on making the game harder in terms of I want to have a low skill ceiling and then a high skill floor. But yeah, we'll explore more of that later on. I'm actually gonna push these enemies later on into the chapter. I'm gonna basically, because pacing is an issue and because the game is very hard, I want to stretch out the first chapter just a bit to make it easier for the player to kind of give them just a better feeling of what the game is supposed to feel like. And you can see I'm like relatively fast. But yeah, again, pacing is an issue. This shouldn't be here. This should be in the in like a future chapter. Actually, in chapter 3, to be exact. But yeah, I'll show you the next chapter, which is like one of my new favorite. Every time I develop a new mechanic, it's like it becomes my new favorite room or like my new favorite thing to work on. Truly looks bigger when zoomed out. Yeah, it does. But yeah, this is the second chapter. This is showcase. There's a few rooms before this one, but yeah, this is me trying to make the like I'm trying to include precision platforming and puzzling to the game. We'll see how successful that is. But yeah, again, I was just working on like one of the fundamentals of the mechanics, which is the wall jump. And here it actually is a little too slow because of the new update. We're gonna die here. It might not actually be possible to beat this room. Let me see. Because we literally just rewrote everything. If I'm quick, oh yeah, we got it. Okay, cool. It shouldn't be that tight though. It should be a little easier than that. But yeah, you can see because I've been adding so many mechanics to the game, I've been completely neglecting the wall jumps, which honestly we could keep it, we could ignore it, but I would like to just polish it some more and potentially just make more rooms with the wall jumps. Usually it's like, oh, you hit a spring, or like, yeah, usually there isn't stuff like this where, you know, blades come out or like you have to touch a wall. But that's gonna change. I think we might. Oh, we got it. I have the same style of fire. Are you talking about the boxes? This one right here? It was from the. You might have seen it on itch.io. Yeah. I'm not much of a. I don't think I said this, but I'm not much of a. I'm really good at editing assets, I'll say, but I'm not a great pixel artist. So I like to like download and like buy a lot of assets, and then what I do is I just edit them to match the aesthetic of my game. Like this is also part of that same asset pack, the this thing right here, but you know we kind of did our own little mechanic with it, where it like, you know, it like ticks down. You know what I mean? I would purchase my own assets, or like I would commission assets. It's just that it gets expensive very quick. Relying on what usually would be gimmicks surely helps making good levels. What do you mean gimmicks? You mean like adding more mechanics to the game? Oh, you said same style. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. I do think I want to update them just a bit. So the initial, the first one, it was pretty basic. And I mean, I basically just split up. There was an asset that I found online that one was based on. But yeah, I bought it and then I was like, you know what? Let me just make some adjustments. But I still want to make some more adjustments because people are colorblind. You know. Or because, you know, you want to make the game, you want to make your game as accessible as possible. Colors might not be the best way to showcase a puzzle type mechanic. So I'm still gonna keep the colors there, but we're gonna also include shapes to show the player like, hey, you know, the square fire is the one that you want to disable at the moment, or something like that. We're also gonna add like white visual cues, like, you know, flashes of light to be like, oh, hey, this is what just got activated. The game is pretty linear, so like puzzling shouldn't be that hard. The main focus is precision platforming. So yeah, this is another mechanic that's in the game, but I'm actually going to redo this one as well. The new mechanic that's in my game that I'm really proud of, I'll show you guys that in just a second. Again, you can see in the later chapters there's no wall jumping. That's because, yeah, there's just been so many other mechanics that can be... oh, what the hell? Oh, yeah, level select. Chapter 4. Flames pull boxes could be a one-off thing, but done differently many times. It kind of fleshes out the game. Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree. level design becomes so much easier when you have more mechanics just to plug in, and like the structure is usually so you can see we have springs right here. This is a new mechanic, so usually my method for like designing rooms is like here, let me make I kind of want to save this. This is handling. I'll tell you guys what I've been working. So, if you're still here, Bluish, I love talking about level design. It's like my favorite thing. Level design and not level design, game design in general. Especially with like games that require speed. It's like it might seem kind of. I feel like to most people it might seem subjective, but there's definitely a science. Maybe not to most people. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but there's definitely a science to it, and I've never really studied any of it myself, or I haven't studied it looking at other developers. I've kind of just figured it out on my own. But yeah, you kind of there are YouTubers GMTK was like a huge inspiration for me too. That's actually why I got into this game. I was watching the Celeste, maybe you've seen it, like the Celeste analyzation from GMTK. And after I saw that, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a game. I'm gonna make a platformer, and that's what started all of it. What did I want to save this as? I guess we did wall jump delay. What was I wanted to paint something for you guys, but I forgot what. Oh yeah. So there was another thing with GMTK. And this was told. You guys might know Red Cabin Games. He's another developer. He suggested there's this thing that GMTK suggested, which was basically this is mostly for puzzle mechanics, but it could be applied to level design in general, which is just combining every single creating a matrix of or table for different mechanics. So you have pretend this is a spring here, and then you have a combination of the green orb in Celeste that gives you the dashes. So that's one combination. So spring and dash orb is one combination, and then you do the fireboxes that you guys just saw. Fireboxes and springs, or fireboxes and springs equals those the pressure plate mechanic that turns off the springs. There's just so many combinations that you can make. And then it just be the more mechanics you add, the more it just increases the scope of the game. So now you add what's another mechanic that I have? The Twilight Orb, the purple room that you just saw with me zooming around the place. You include that with the springs, and now you have another set of rooms that you can make. It's just it exponentially grows the more mechanics you add on either side. And I mean you can also do springs and springs is equal to springs squared. Have a spreadsheet for I actually haven't implemented too much of this into my game, and I've done it so I'm not methodical with this, but I would like to be. Usually, I mean that's what you're gonna see in this chapter right now. Also, I will hydrate. Yes, but thank you for the hydrate. So you'll see this in the fourth chapter, and the fourth chapter is the first time where I took a step back from spoon feeding the player. It's always been me trying to pace. Let me show the simplest mechanic in a nutshell in the game for 20 rooms in a row. Not 20 rooms, but for an extended period of time. And then after that, I show a combination of it's wall jump plus spring, then wall jump spring plus wall jump, and no other input is required. You just have to go up, and then spring plus wall jump, or spring plus climb state plus wall jump, and then spring plus wall jump plus wall jump plus wall jump. Just showing every single combination, and you kind of have to just spoon feed the player this mechanic so that they subconsciously know, hey, this is how the game works. You can't, gamers are not mind readers, but in this chapter, it's the first time where I'm hey, let me, I can just do whatever I want, because at this point the player knows what to do. And I'll show that. So this is actually one of the more simple mechanics in the game, but it basically all it does is it's two dashes. It forces you. We redid the spikes here too, so they don't actually kill the player yet. So if you see me fall down, this room is actually very punishing. But yeah, basically it's just 2 dashes. But yeah, you combine, it forces you to dash out after, I believe it's 100 milliseconds, but you can dash out earlier. And then you have an extra dash afterwards. So it's just 2 dashes. But combining this with like other mechanics in the game, it becomes a lot of fun. And speedrunning it is also a lot of fun. Gotta make dinner now, but I really look forward to trying Memori sometime soon. Alright, sounds good. I'll see you, Bluish. Peace. Thank you again for the raid. So yeah, this is the new room, and for the most part, it's done. Like, it's ready for playtest. I'm doing this thing where I'm releasing a new version of the game every month. So this is going to be version 4, or version 0.4, and we're going to hopefully finish by January. So yeah, this room, I mean, I'm definitely going to add some updates. Like, the rooms are definitely not polished, but they're fairly decent. And after I see people playing the game or playing this chapter, we'll make some more updates. I've already seen a few people, like, we've already made a few adjustments after the closed playtest. But yeah. And I might not be the best at this mechanic, but it's so simple, but it's also my favorite mechanic so far, at least. But I say that every time I work on a new mechanic. Info tables help a lot, but for me, it just drags me into an infinite cycle of redoing everything. I have that issue with just game dev in general. I mean, you could see. I won't show this anymore. I mean, if you guys are interested in playing the demo, it's on itch. Sorry, it's on Steam. It's also on itch, but the updated version is on Steam. I think. Usually Streamlabs, or sorry, what's it called? Stream Elements usually spams the chat like every 10 minutes, but here it's Steam. Right there. You can play the demo. It doesn't include Chapter 4. I do this thing with like channel rewards, so if you have 4,000, you can get the current version, or I'll send you every time I update version 4, we'll post it. I will be posting the Steam version pretty soon too, because we are updating the movement mechanics, or like the base movement. But yeah. But yeah, for me, like we were literally just caught in like a loop of like reworking a mechanic that was this is literally part of the foundation of like the movement mechanics in our game, and here I am coming back to it, a year and a half later, and that's just how it is. I don't think it's not I don't know if it's this just exposes you maybe to the possibilities of your game. I don't know if it's like, I was actually thinking about that the other day, like, is it hurtful to be exposed? Is it hurtful to like overanalyze things, or does it just make you a better game dev? I'd like to think it's the latter, because I mean, I do it way too often. So I hope I'm right. I hope revisiting this is, it's not in vain. And so far I really like it. Like, I'm actually really happy with how it's turning out. So yeah, I can't complain. Alright, so let's I'm gonna go back into chapter 1 because I forgot what we were doing. I think we fixed all of it. There's some level designs that need to be updated because of this, but we'll do that probably in the morning or something. I like to stream like every 12 hours. So maybe it's too late, or maybe it's too early, maybe you're getting ready for work. Regardless of what it is, I will be streaming. Actually, usually I start in like, it's 6 p.m. right now. I usually start at like 12 or maybe 1. So yeah. So yeah, I think we fixed putting deadlines. Yeah. Deadlines for sure. That's another thing that I love doing. It sounds like I love doing everything. But yeah, deadlines really help too. Like, it's definitely pushed me like forward so quick. Like, I said everything that we need to finish for version 4, and it's like, you can't take any breaks. I'm releasing this by Monday, so like we're gonna make something happen regardless if we like it or not. I know that analysis paralysis is a thing, We're trying to figure out the perfect system and never get to code on anything because there's always a teeny tiny flaw in everything. Yeah, that is definitely a problem. Usually, I mean, there's like this saying in game dev where it's like, oh, it's never perfect. It's always just it's always ever just good enough. And yeah, like I kind of agree with that statement. I don't think I have an issue with over-analysis. I mean, at least me personally, it's never an issue of over-analysis. Over-analysis is a problem, but it's not like you stop coding. You try out the mechanic that you're trying to implement. Like, you try coding it. You find out, oh, this is... You find out the flaws of this mechanic, and then you go back to the drawing board. I think that's okay. Like, you're still figuring things out. I don't know... I've been doing this for 3 years now, like working on this game, or just like seriously doing game dev for 3 years now, and like I'm still learning. I don't know. I assume most people like are in a similar boat to me. Like most people aren't game dev veterans. So like, of course you're going to analyze things, and I think the best thing to do is for you to just test it out. Don't spend too much time in the drawing board. Just do it. I think there's a motto that says something like that from some popular company. Not sure which one though. Testing is a must. Oh, dude, why is my text is like slightly to the right for some reason? I guess when we move, I don't know. Here, let's see. Oh, Godot output got put into my stream as well. I wonder if it's so let's see, if I erase it here, does it come here and gets? Oh, it does. Okay. Interesting. That's okay, I guess. Let me see. Where is our chat? Yeah, chat got moved a little bit. Here we go. Oh, it's weird. It's like when I go into our game scene, it's like slightly more to the right. I might have to delete the Twitch overlay here. Let's bring this out. We'll figure it out over time. Or just pay someone to make it so much easier. The thing is, like, no one's gonna, at least from my experience, like, I don't want to say it's impossible, but like if you have a vision for something, it's at least for me, it's very hard to bring it into words. It's really hard to bring it into words unless I test it out myself, and like implement it. Like, I go, I test it out, then I go back and I play it, and then, or I code it, I test it, I see what's wrong, then I go back to the drawing board. There's too much, or for me at least, seems to be a lot of friction when working with other people. That's why I mostly develop games by myself. I would like to work with more people, but it's very difficult. I want to do it one day. It's just I would have to figure out how to do that. So yeah. But yeah, setting deadlines for yourself is really good. I said, we're going to finish version 4 by the end of the month, and I mean, we're getting pretty close. I literally, this is all we have to do left. And I just added this. We're stretching out chapter 1 and 4. That we have the technology now, so who couldn't can now try it and code. Yeah, for sure. These tools definitely give the player the ability to we were talking about game design with Bluish, and it's like earlier developers had to focus on just making the thing possible, whereas now it seems like it's way more of an art than it's. I mean, there is definitely a science to it, but it's the science of design rather than the science of like, hey, do we have enough memory to freaking even make this run? Which is, it's really cool because now like people can really try new things. Although a lot of people I think are scared of new things. Just work with what works, or implement things that already have worked in the past. And I mean, that's what I'm technically doing right now. But I am trying to, yeah, I still think I'm, still an amateur, I would say. But yeah, just takes time to get better. Yeah, imagine if every game jam started with you coding your own physics and rendering system in pure C. Oof. There wouldn't be too many game jams. It would mainly be like engine jams or something, Hey, can you make this work? I mean, that's what, like, I guess, like, hackathons are, really, right? Like, that's what hackathons are in a nutshell. Like, smaller projects, not game development projects. Okay. So I think I'm trying to see, is there anything else wrong with our movement here? There's another thing that I want to do, and that's in the, I want to allow the player to go into the climb state, or into the jump state from the neutral state. So you can see that there's kind of a delay. There's a 100 millisecond delay when you enter the dash. And you can't exit this state unless you have an extra dash. So, like, you could spam. If you're on the floor, you could dash multiple times or really quick. Not infinitely quick, or like not instantaneously quick, but like a lot quicker than if you were in the air. And another thing I want to do is allow the player to go from the dash state to the wall jump state. So like right here, you can see you have to wait. Like it's barely that much time, but it's enough to make the game seem a little slow. And I want to fix that. So the second you dash into this wall, I want to let the player jump off. You were adjusting the player collision when you were rated, right? I was still working on the jumping mechanics, and I think we got it to work pretty well. I'm just trying to make sure. I also need to make sure that we're testing multiple input types, and I think we got it. Right now I'm using WASD. Originally I was using arrow keys, and now I'm going to try controller. So this is controller. So yeah, you can see sometimes spamming it feels a little weird to me. Especially, the thing is, I don't think it's not that punishing. It's just an issue if the player like does a jump this way, or if they do a right jump and then for some reason they want to go left. I think what we might do is if they do press a right wall jump, they should be locked into the right wall. They have to fully commit to the right jump. I think that's what we're going to do. Because if you do a left jump or just a regular neutral jump, you're fully committing to jumping across the screen. I'm not sure. You guys don't see me pressing anything, but like this is me pressing just the jump button. This is me just pressing the right input and jump. It's basically the same thing. But if I press the left jump, and then I immediately press right, this is what happens. You can see like the player kind of does this little dribble, or I don't know how to explain it, but basically this is what happens. Let me just fix this color. So the player is right here. There's was gonna ask exactly that you just explained. So yeah, they're holding right input, but they want to make the left jump. So they start jumping. They start jumping this way, but then they start pressing left, and then they fall down. And that's what we were explaining over here. And we solved most of this with the input jump delay that's 50 milliseconds long. But again, the issue is that, well, the player is not locked into this position. So if they do a right wall jump, let's make sure that they fully commit to the right wall jump. And that's going to be, we'll have to see if there's something that we have to do in particular. So we have a wall jump lock variable, but this is only done for like jumping across walls. So let's go into the jump function really quick. And let me see. And I do need to refactor a lot of this stuff, because like right now all of our states are in one player script. So like I don't know, going back and forth can sometimes be annoying. I want to put everything in their own node, so like it's just more organized. I mean, it works the way it is right now, but like sometimes there might be something that could have probably been done better. But I'll probably do that another time. Maybe after the game is done, I'll refactor everything, because it does work. It's just annoying for me to have to fix code sometimes. So right here, let's say we're on right wall jump. We say wall jump lock is reserved for jumping across. We need to add something else that forces the player to stay on right wall jump. Let me see what we could do there. We could create another variable that says the wall jump direction. That's probably what we have to do. Because let me see, wall jump lock. Wall jump lock. So if wall jump lock, basically, if there was move right input, this is on the movement function. Interesting. Move left input. If not, wall jump lock. If there is wall jump lock, if the last, basically it's based on the last wall that we're on. Wall jump lock just sets it to whatever that is. But what we can do in the jump state, instead of saying motion is equal to negative speed or whatever this is, we actually wouldn't even have to check what our last wall was. We would just say if wall jump lock, our direction is equal to the wall jump lock direction or something like that. So let's create that right now. Wall jump. Wall jump. So yeah, we have wall jump lock, and I'm just gonna say wall jump lock direction. I've rewritten this mechanic so many times, and I think we're finally. There are a few solutions for this. One of them also being we could have done coyote time for wall jumps, and we actually had this in the game at some point, but it's a little it's not unresponsive, but it does give some variation in like output, because if the player is like, let's say we have I don't know if you guys know what coyote jump is. Basically in a nutshell, coyote jump just means you're running off a platform, and then the player is right here, and they should be starting to fall, and they actually do fall. They start falling, but they have the ability to jump out. They still have the ability to jump even when there's nothing below them. For I think I do 200 milliseconds or maybe 100 milliseconds. But you can technically do the same thing with walls. So they're on this wall here. They're pressing vector 2.right. They start falling off, and then you give them the ability to just catch themselves. But the thing is, they've already missed out, or they've already gained maybe let's say 4 pixels worth of distance, that it makes the distance here inconsistent. So I'd rather just, what we've been doing is we keep the player's position on this wall, and within that time frame of 50 milliseconds, they can just get across. Or they could just go here, But if they go here, they can't change directions until they land on this spot right there. Another solution was, because we also have raycasts on the player, we could also do the same thing where if our raycast is colliding with the player on the wall, with the wall, even if the player is right here, we could say, you could do a wall jump. And we actually do allow this to happen. If you're in the jump state, you could technically jump off the wall, but it's a little different in the other way around. Like exiting the slide state versus entering the slide state and allowing the jump it's just two different edge cases. Wall jump is deceptively a hard mechanic to make feel just right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's definitely a lot that goes into it. I think most of the things that have made my game very difficult to develop, at least in the earlier definitely in the earlier stages. Like right now, I've been popping rooms left and right, like making rooms over and over. And that's because most of the game's mechanics are set in stone. But in the earlier stages, I manipulate, originally the min jump height, max jump height is 3 tiles. originally it might have been like 2 tiles or something like that, or like the jump height over here is 3 tiles, and like it just screws you up because if you mess with these values, then every single room that you've made previously has to be updated. So it's good. It's hard. I think it's easy to set up mechanics, but if you delve deep into it, you'll find flaws in the mechanic, and then trying to keep the same rooms is most of the time impossible. I keep going on rants, but like I said, I love having these types of conversations. So let's do the wall. We're gonna say, wall jump direction not equal to false, but equal to vector 2.0. And on the entrance of the climb state, we're going to say, we're going to reset this variable, enter state, or on the entrance state and also probably on the exit. Let's go into enter state, states.climb, right here. So we say start jump delay. Technically, we don't need this because we set it to false. I'm going to start jump delay is equal to false. I'm going to get rid of this. And we can get, wait, what? If start jump delay, we set this to true, and we set this, we could just say it's equal, we could just say it's equal to false. Right? Can wall jump is set to false. Start wall jump delay is equal to false. We could get rid of this. Motion.y is equal to 0. But yeah, another thing that we want to do, what was it? Wall jump direction is equal to vector 2.0. And then what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go into the jump state, or jump function. This is from the climb. State is equal to climb and not. So technically this is kind of redundant. Should be either or, but we'll just throw it into both. We're saying wall jump block is equal to true, right? Let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's clean up some of this stuff. Also, we've set our min jump velocity. This is min. Also min. I thought we set these to max jump velocity at some point. Min jump velocity, min jump velocity, min. I think what we do is we set it to our min jump velocity, but we don't divide it at all. Interesting. You see, it looks good the way it was, right? Let me just make sure. Oh, I think we're gonna screw up our jumps right now. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. See? Okay. So right here you can see move right input. If this is and not hold wall. If state is equal to climb and not hold wall. Seems like hold wall is set to true here then. Weird. But yeah, wall jump block we're gonna set to true here. And same with this one right here. And then we're also going to set our direction to vector 2.left. So if there's move right input, wall jumps look a little faster. They are faster. Yeah. The jump height of... they're faster. So here, I'll show you. They're not faster from the... neutral state from after the dash into the wall jump, but we're gonna fix that. I'm gonna make it possible. Here, we started adding the wall jump, so it's gonna be here. It's just more consistent. Like it's easier to hit. You get locked into the wall jump for like a split second. Not less than a split second. It's literally 50 milliseconds, I believe. But that gives you enough time to prepare yourself. So like. You're already pressing vector 2.right. You're already pressing right input on the left wall. by the time you press the jump button, so it's like it feels very clean, I would say. And then the wall jumps on the right side, well, we're fixing that right now. We're still going to allow the player to bunny hop on the same wall, but their position, their direction is going to be locked in. So we're going to say right here. For every direction, we're going to lock the player's position. So we technically don't even have to do this anymore. This whole wall jump lock thing, we can, let me just make sure, wall jump. I don't remember if it's this one that we use or if it's this. We're checking if state is equal to climb and not controller. Like, I don't get why. I don't know what this recently moved thing is. I'm going to... If not floor check. This is on if not... What the hell? Yeah, it's a little weird. I honestly have no idea. I don't remember what the hell this does. And it seems like wall jump lock here on the vector 2.left is set to true, but it's not true for vector 2.right. But I think for the most part, we're only concerned with... well, you know what? Let me see. It does... That if statement looks... Whatever I use for recently moved, I don't know what the hell that is, but whatever it is, it's preventing us from... let me see. Yeah, see, we're doing a horizontal jump right there. I don't know why. Or like a opposite jump. Let me see. I'll just look at it real quick. Recently moved. What the hell is this? Recently moved is always false. Okay. And then else we say motion.x. So what the hell is this? Let me see. Does this ever print? This is on vector 2.left. Not hold wall. Maybe we're not using hold wall anymore. Let's see if this ever prints on either one. "15 minutes later, wait, now I need that." I just, yeah. It's always like that. Or the opposite, where it's like, oh, I don't need this, and it's like, oh shit, wait, it's actually one of the most important lines of code in the game. So yeah, it seems like this never runs. I'm trying to think. Okay, if I hold the grab button, does it do anything? No, it doesn't seem like it ever runs. Or I'm not figuring out the... State is equal to climb and not input controller hold wall. What do I do? Let me see. Hold wall. Maybe I just never use it anymore. We use hold wall. That's so weird. Hold wall is set to true if action pressed. Yeah. And not hold wall. But maybe we set hold wall to true somewhere. Let me see. See. No, hold wall is never set to true. Weird. There is a hold wall delay, but let me see. So I'm just not gonna worry about it right now. Honestly, I low-key just want to remove it, but you never know. Time to dine in the shadows? Alright, I'll see you around. But yeah, the wall jumps are faster, and yeah, there are a few changes made to the game that's going to affect speedrunning. I'm going to... a lot of the rooms are going to be stretched out just a bit, just to make sure that this feels good, but we'll have to see once I release how people react to it.
Hello there.
Yeah, how's it going, Tomer? Hello there. Okay. So we did this whole wall jump thing. Honestly, all we need to do is we could just say if wall jump lock is equal to true. No. It matters which wall we're on. So I'm trying to think. We could also just say wall jump block direction. And is that what I said? Wall jump. Okay, yeah, okay. Cool. So if move right input wall jump block is equal to vector2 dot right. If move left input wall jump block direction is equal to vector2 dot left. And then the same if nothing is pressed, it's vector2 dot left. This is from, wait a second. I think we screwed up. This is vector2 dot right. This is vector2 dot left, but this is vector2 dot right. Because we're on the left wall here. Right. And then over here, it's if left input, obviously vector2 dot left. If right input, vector2 dot right. And if no input, also vector2 dot right. Oh, sorry. Vector2 dot left. Let me just make sure. Right, left, right. Left, right, left. Okay, cool. Yo, how's it going, Warner? What you working on today? So we are revisiting how we handle wall jumps today. This is something that, like, I guess I was never satisfied with. Maybe like subconsciously. Maybe I was like, oh, I like it, but now I want to fix it some more. And I'm actually really happy with how it looks like now. So maybe we're onto something. Seen the video on Reddit, but could figure out what is. There was a video on Reddit. Oh, right, the one on. So the one that I posted on Discord actually. The only thing that was changed with that one is that there was a delay. Here, let me first Discord. Yeah. I didn't post it on Reddit because I don't think it was that high quality of a post. But here, let me just finish what we want to do here. So in the I think this is we're gonna have to refactor this as well, the movement function. But for now, let's just do it here. So where is it? If wall jump block, instead of saying motion dot y minus equals speed, we're gonna say plus equals speed times our what is it called? What did we just call that direction? That variable? A wall jump block direction dot x. Okay, and we just have to plus equals this every time. So if wall jump block, boom. Is that the only time we use it? Last wall jump block plus speed. This is from the teleport orb, which is not necessary at the moment. Why did I use wall jump block on bounce direction? We should have created a new variable for that, but or bounce direction is less than 0. Last wall. This is where last wall. Okay. Let's see if this just works. Nice man. I have a little game that I haven't done work in years, and I'm reviving. And one of the tasks I need to work on is the wall jump. What is your take on wall jumps? Any tips? So here, yeah, I'll tell you in just a second, but give me just make sure. Oh shit. So this feels cool, but it's a little weird. Because if you spam the jump button, it feels like the jump is done for you. But also, it's kind of nice. So you can see, wait, like right here. You guys don't see what I'm pressing, but like, I'm kind of just spamming between left and right. And like there's a possibility that like sometimes I'll press the right jump. But it's not too bad actually. All right, so here I'll answer Tomer's question first. So let me see what I posted. I already forgot. Where's my Discord? Discord is like non-existent for me anymore. Like the window just doesn't exist. Let me close it. Where's Discord? It's just like hiding in a random window or something. How different is it from the previous wall jumps? Okay, so what we currently just did, in its current state of the player jump, here, I'll open up the paint. So the initial reason that like forced me to want to update this was that sometimes the player would press the wall jump, or like, let's say, here, I'll just redraw it because it's hard for me to look at drawings. Basically, you know, you wall jump here, you're on this wall, and you want to jump to the left wall, but let's say you just press A, you just press the jump button, you're gonna jump this way, basically, and then you're gonna start going to the left, but you pressed the jump button before you pressed left input. Before you press left input, you already pressed jump, so what happens is the jump function has already been set in stone, and it's gonna tell you to do this type of jump rather than this type of jump. And so what happens is the player does this, and then they start like pressing left input as they're going this way, and now they end up here. And then wall jumps, you just lose your momentum. Like if the intentional jump was to do this, boom, 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 they're doing, you know, boom, and then boom, and then boom, and then boom. It's like, it's just, it doesn't feel clean. The other issue though, so we solved this by adding a 50-second delay timer to when you press, if you're pressing vector 2.right, if you're pressing vector 2.right on a right wall, and then you press the jump button, there's a 50 millisecond delay. There's a 50 millisecond delay before it actually, you know, runs the function. So you have 50 milliseconds, and it's actually not when you press the jump, but only when you enter the state. So like you actually have, originally I put it when you press the A button, but now it's only when you enter the climb state. So if you're pressing this and then you press jump button, you know, it could already be like, there could already be 25 milliseconds that have passed, so that you're only waiting 25 milliseconds. But this is only if you decide you want to stick to the same wall and do the same jump. So this is if you want to do a bunny hop to the right. The same thing happens if okay, so that's that. If you don't press anything, so if there's no input, no vector 2.right input, what happens is, now originally no vector 2.right input would force you to do a neutral jump upwards, but I removed that too. Now it's a vector 2.right, vector 2.left jump. So left input and left and neutral inputs push you to the left if you're on the right wall. But the other issue, so there was some other issues that created problems with this too, and that's it, all of this is like, it won't change too much of the players. Like if you're good at the game, this won't really change too much. It's mainly for people who have like slower reflexes. Because the other issue, also Lapatad Dusik, I'm not gonna, I don't want to butcher your name, but thank you. Can I ask you, what is a momentum? So there's actually no momentum that I really. When I mentioned momentum, I just meant the player's momentum, as in like losing their flow. Technically, there aren't too many momentum functions, or like the only time that I have momentum in my game is there's another mechanic that like spins you around, and if it spins you around, you keep that speed unless there's input. There's like, so basically you spin this way, and if there's input from the player, they could start canceling out their momentum or their motion this way and go this way, but it's pretty slow. But yeah, usually if you're going in this direction and for some reason you want to go in the opposite direction, the game is pretty responsive where you can technically do this, right? You can move your player midair. Okay, but yeah, this was the initial problem, but actually this was not the initial problem. The initial problem was that people were doing wall jumps and they would be right here and they want to jump across, but what they do is they start pressing right input before they press the jump button. And so what would happen is they start falling, similar to, when they're falling this way, they started falling this way. So before they can even jump, they're starting to fall this way. And if they're not even close, we do have raycasts that allow the player to wall jump even if they're not in the wall jump state. But if your reflexes are just slightly slow, if you just miss it by like a millisecond, not a millisecond, maybe like 25 milliseconds, you'll start falling and then you just go straight down and then you're kind of screwed. So what I did for that was we also added a 50 millisecond delay if you press right input, but it's only there if you press right input. If you don't press the if you press the jump button while this 50 millisecond delay is running, you'll skip that 50-second delay. So you'll actually jump across no matter what. And all of these timers get reset. It's like they never existed. So what this allows for much faster jumping, because now, let's say you want to zigzag like this. The player starts here, they jump here. As they're jumping across this way, most of the time they're pressing left input. So if you're pressing left input, then you might screw yourself over and do another bunny hop to this side. But what happens instead is now, while you're mid-air, you can press vector 2.right. You can prepare your jump. You could be like, oh, I know I want to get to this side afterwards. So like, you can hog the right wall and you enter the slide state and you're holding the right wall, but there's also that 50 millisecond delay in case you have slow reflexes or something. So now you have 50 milliseconds to press the A button again, or the same thing will happen where you drop straight down, but that doesn't happen anymore. So yeah, now you can prepare yourself, and basically you're moving to the right. You're pressing vector 2.right, but we have that force direction, force jump block, whatever that variable is called, that keeps you moving to the left even though you're pressing vector 2.right. And you get locked here, and then you jump over here, and then everybody's happy. Again, if you have fast reflexes, for the most part, this won't affect you too much. But it will make speed. It will. I think what I'm doing now is I'm actually rewarding doing these types of because if you're speedrunning, most of the time bunny hopping is kind of the strategy. You kind of want to do. You kind of want to go here and just do this. But if there is a wall here, you might want to do this because it'll just get you there faster. And yeah, the 50 millisecond delay is both here and here. So I'm trying to figure out how to balance it all. Let's look at it again because something feels weird about it to me. Someone asked another question. Warner. So I think there's two methods that you could do. You could set some pretty clear rules that don't have too many edge cases. But there's some drawbacks from both of them. If you set these rules and they're too complicated, people are gonna struggle. It also depends on what type of gameplay do you want to have. Do you want to let people bunny hop on the same wall? If you do, then honestly it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I allow it, but I also don't want to encourage it. That's why I'm trying to make this faster and this slower. And I mean, another thing that you could do to discourage it is just by putting spikes in certain areas so that they have to avoid they're right here, there's a spike right above them, they have to jump to this side, then there's another spike that's right above them, then they go here, then here. Yeah. Also, yeah, this still feels very weird to me, because I'm if you spam it, it just feels very weird to me. So we have to figure out what we want to do. Wall jump locks don't seem to be the solution for the right side. And the solution that Celeste does is they introduced, a climb state. So I mean, we have a climb state, but we also let the player enter the climb state by just pressing vector 2.left, or pressing left on the D-pad, or pressing right on the right wall. For this game, I allow you to do whatever you want. So you can either press the climb button, or you can just press against the wall. Just because I think the learning curve for the climb state is very high for people. I remember when I first started playing Celeste, I didn't realize that directions changed based on your input. So it was like, if I'm pressing the climb button, I can jump in any direction I want. But if I'm not, then this is what happens a lot of the time. You're intentionally trying to go to the right, but you jump to the left. So I'm like, let's say I want to go to the right, but this happens instead. And usually maybe there won't be a wall here. There'll be, death on the left side, and you just killed yourself. So yeah, that's why we're trying to come up with like a better method here. And I think we're very close. Like if you play the game correctly, it feels really good. If you play it incorrectly, it just feels like crap. So we need to figure out what to do for when people play it incorrectly. Let's see. And you can allow a little bit for incorrect play styles. Just don't. It shouldn't be too punishing. I think, in my humble opinion. So let's see what we can do. I'm also curious. What did I post on Discord? I remember posting something on Discord. Boom, 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 boom. Where did I post it on clips? Yeah. So all this was the delay. So if you're pressing right on the left wall, it takes 50 milliseconds before you just fall straight down. Okay. Alright, so now this is where it kind of becomes, I don't want to say subjective, but I really have no idea what we're going to do now. Wall jump locks don't seem to be the solution. Maybe we want to remove wall jumps or locks from that state, but then, or maybe if we do a wall jump lock, maybe the next time they do a jump, we don't have to delay their, let me see this again. If your previous state was a wall jump lock, maybe we don't delay it the next time. Alright, that seems like it's fine. Let me see something. If we allow this to happen, are we allowed to go from the jump state to another jump state? Because that's what could be screwing with us too. So if start jump and jumps left is equal to 0, oh, it says that this shouldn't happen. But we could enter the slide state. The second you enter the slide state, you could do a jump. From the jump, you can enter a slide, and then the second you enter a slide, you could technically do a jump. You can do a jump. What we could do is if there was a wall jump in the last state. No, that would be a bad idea. Let me try commenting this out. Let me compare it to the old version. So, this is on vector 2.left. If there's left input, we're gonna say no jump lock, and on vector 2.right, if there was right input, no jump lock. Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, this is the problem. You can like switch directions mid-jump. I'm trying to think. We could maybe. The thing is, this could be very. This could just lead to more problems. Where, like, if they do switch directions, if we could somehow let them switch. I could also just leave it the way it is. It's not like it's super punishing. You have literally 50 milliseconds to decide where you want to go. And I should try this out with just a slightly larger, like different sized entrances. So this was 4. I'm gonna try 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. It's actually pretty hard to screw up. Another solution would be to just, wait. Just a slight difference. What do we do? What do we do? I could leave it the way it is. Thank you, moment. Let me see if we increase the timer. So again, this is if the player presses the input incorrectly. They press it incorrectly. We can't well, we tried doing wall jump block. It was it wasn't as nice as I thought it was going to be. If we increase our timer, the wall jump delay, or hold, we could do either. Hey, which one is this? Wall jump delay. Let me set this to. I forgot which one is which. I'm gonna set this to 1 second just to see. So this... Oh, this prevents the player from spamming. But I wouldn't want it to feel unresponsive because the timer for our wall jump on our input controller is, let's see, pre-jump window is, oh, it's 200 milliseconds. So we could technically set it to 100 milliseconds. Let's see. And again, this is on the entrance. Wait, I really want to test out. Here, let me lower the speed. Can't really tell. Let me set this to 1 second again. Let's just see if the input works. So we have 400 milliseconds to test this out. Okay. So it might be hard for you guys to see, but I'm pressing the jump button. Wait, look. So if you press the jump button too late. Alright, this is good actually. But yeah, everything is slowed down. The timer is way too high, and we gotta make sure that it's lower than the only issue is that if the player presses the jump button way too early, I guess what we could do is reset the timer of the I'm trying to think. If we do happen to enter the jump state, here, let's just try it out. So this needs to be 0.1. And the hold wall delay, I think, is fine the way it is. Alright, it seems like it's fine, but this is everything slow-mo. And you can notice the speed difference. $100 milliseconds is a lot. 25 was did I send it? I think I set it as, let me try 0.05. I think we kept it at 0.05. But I think I remember it also setting it to 25 milliseconds. It feels so good when it's done right. And then there's like these small edge cases where it's like, I don't even know why it's not doing the thing I want it to do. Okay, right there. I think I figured it out. We have so many timers that sometimes if they're like colliding with you, or like there's like this perfect time where everything just, one timer is running out and then the input timer here, what am I saying? Maybe I just need to see people play like I'm worrying so much about the I feel like it's like the 5% of people who are gonna screw up the jump like maybe once or twice. D- I think we'll keep it. I think I might keep it the way it is. I can't. We might fix it over time. I don't see technically a problem with it if you play the game correctly. It's definitely more rewarding than punishing. I'll say that. It's just that it looks ugly when you don't play it correctly. Oh, this is a good example of a room, that little section right there. Calamity. Thank you. Controls feel look super satisfying. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. That's what we're actually focusing on right now. I'm trying to make the perfect movement at the moment. It's mainly with the wall jumps. It's a mechanic that's actually not in the game that often, but it could be, and I would like to I'd like to allow the potential of having it in the game. Usually it's like springs and stuff, but yeah, it is in the game a decent amount of time. Game looks super promising. Thank you. Yeah, Celeste was a huge inspiration for the movement. I'm trying to do something slightly different with the move. Like, it's not exactly the same. There are like more. I would say there are more rules. Or like the free, like the wall jumps and stuff are way more forgiving. But the thing is, if you make it forgiving, it allows for way too many edge cases of things that could potentially, like right there. I don't know if you saw, but like there's like something wrong right here. To use as a basis to do your own thing later on? Yeah, for sure. Oh shit, wait, what was that about? Do you have a forced dash right there? Or sorry, a forced jump? Everything was looking fancy here. Just a little bit. How's it going, Grumble? Bro, this was just looking... Let's see, how can we replicate what the hell was going on? I don't even know what the hell was going on. I think there's something with our timing. Something with our timing is like slightly screwed up here. Also, I don't think this ever happens. I'm gonna... Let's see. You know what I just realized? Maybe Maybe it's because we can go into... Can we go into the jump state? No, I don't think we can. Come on. We have to go into the slide state. Or maybe that line was running somewhere. There was like a random edge case where it was running. Let's see. Maybe all of our problems are solved now. We still have to fix that. The switches with the fire were a good addition. Thank you. Definitely excited to try out the fire switches. Yeah, there's gonna be a few changes. There's like definitely a few changes done to the movement. So like wall jumps, it's gonna be more rewarding to do zigzag jumps, like kind of like Prince of Persia type of jumps where you do this instead of hogging the wall. What else? There is a slight delay with doing these types of jumps, and I don't know if it's gonna affect the gameplay too much, but we'll see. Well, it is faster to do this, but you know, something about this actually feels better now. Yeah, maybe it was that random if statement that we were like, we just kept because I was like, oh, nothing, it's not printing anything, but maybe it was. Yeah, we were having issues in this little section here. Seems like it's fine now, though. Yeah. Actually, wait, what the hell? Let me switch to the keyboard just in case. And dashes are slightly different. Dashing into springs are slightly different now, too. I'll show that in just a second. But what I'll probably do is just stretch out a few of the rooms that are affected by it. Dude, what the hell? My reflexes are just slow. So yeah, the hitboxes for this need to be fixed. I'm gonna save that probably for tomorrow or next stream. This is a good example of testing to see if something's wrong here. Yeah, there is a problem. There definitely is a problem. I think we have to get rid of the, I think I have to get rid of the timer. The one that we just implemented. Either that or maybe reduce the timer. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna set it to something. Oh, it's already it's so low already. When you set it to 0.025, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm also gonna set this to true. So yeah, the issue is if you spam it. So yeah, the issue is now you could you could dash into springs and they add velocity to you. So like this, like this. You just move slightly more. So like sometimes if you were used to holding right input, it could screw you over. So yeah, if I spam it like this, you're forced to do. Okay, this is the problem. So in that room, we did this, we jumped here, we bunny hopped, at this point, I believe, what I'm trying to do at this point is already jump this way, but we have to finish the jump. So the distance that we reach, and we're already pressing jump, so a jump is already registered at this point. So the second we get to this point, we're already doing a jump across, and that's the problem. This is only with forced dashes, forced jumps. So that's the issue with the first one. Or with this version. What's the issue with the other version? So and again, this is if you spam. If you're spamming to the right and then you spam left. Let me see this again. And it doesn't happen all the time. It actually is kind of rare. But it happened right there. I wonder if that's a skill issue though. Like should you be spamming? But it feels good when everything is done perfectly. What the hell? Okay, there we go. What can we try now? So, no wall jump block. Let's try that. We've already tried this so many times, but we're going to try it again. Only on left input. Okay. I like testing it out in that room, actually. It was a pretty good room to... That little section right there helped me figure out what the hell we were doing wrong. We'll try this section too. Okay, so the issue with this one, we'll play through it just a little bit more, actually, before I say anything. The issue with this one is that it's kind of like the opposite issue, where now you do have control to go in the... Whoa. What the hell? Dude, actually, I kind of like this. There is still technically an issue with this one, though. But I'm trying to see if we can actually... If it actually ever is a problem here. The issue with this one is, Alright, so if we do the same exact thing. We bunny hop? We start to bunny hop here, we stop, and then we start pressing right input. Then what happens? Wait, let me exaggerate this just a bit. And then we start pressing left input. We don't have a jump at this point. And so what happens is we just start going down. They both feel good if they're done correctly, and then they both feel trash to me when they're done incorrectly. I think that's what we've figured out. Is there a way to get like a hybrid of the two? And it's not like it's not even the worst thing in the world. It's just here, let me try. Oh, we have to fix our dash too. At a certain point, it felt like I wanted to go left, but I couldn't. What we could try doing is set wall jump lock to true. If the input of the player ever changes, we could make them commit to vector 2.left. Let me see. This is done in movement. All right, so yeah, we've been multiplying vector 2.right. Let me try this. If it's equal to vector 2 dot. Oh, nope. And the same thing here. So you can change mid jump, and you have to see through to the entire jump if you do change directions. Oh, not wall jump direction. I mean, yeah, if wall jump direction. So now if you're mid-jump... Alright, so... Ooh. I'm gonna say bye for today. Play some games. Alright, I'll see you, Half Moon. Peace. It's kind of hard to... Let me see. All right, sounds good. Let me set this. So we could never reach it like this. Oops. But if we do this... Oh, we still can't reach it. Wait, let me see. We get a little bit more of a distance. So if we could somehow make... I'm trying to think. If we could... I don't know if I want to overcomplicate things. Basically what we could do... Another solution would be... Again, you know, you bunny hop. You're over here. I'm not sure how we would calculate this though. Because it would be... How would this work? The difference between jumping from... So like there's 2 points here. Well, let's say this is... We'll start with green here. Let's say we're on... Oh, not on this one. Say we're on green here. Or right here. Basically, the max distance that we get is like right here. This entire thing. this is our jump height from pressing vector 2 dot left or pressing neutral, and then with this one, it's like it's just barely lower. Basically, you can start. This is we've already achieved our max distance. But you've already wasted time staying here and not going here. So you start, technically, you start going like a little bit higher. But then by the time you get here, it's like up to this point. So if we could somehow figure out how to put... Basically, if we could somehow figure out how to make this equal this, which I don't even know how we would do. Because the player's already wasting their time. Like, it's kind of their fault. What can we do? What can we do? I mean, we did allow to... So if they do switch directions, we at least ensure that they get the full distance. We could even say... I'm trying to think for this. Instead of saying if wall jump direction is equal to vector 2 dot left, we can even say if not move left input. It'd be a little bit more responsive. That way, if like, you know, if you were a little bit too late, like maybe you're not pressing left, but you're just letting go of right. Oh, some crazy stuff happens though. If you let go. It's like too, ew. Let me see, what are the distances here? Wait, I think this works. Alright, our max distance is like right here. Oh no, it doesn't work. Okay. Forcing them to move to the right, I think, is fine. But not on, like, not if they let go, actually. Am I overcomplicating this? I think it's better than what we've got so far. If anything, it's still an improvement, but I'm trying to see if we could like just make it overall just better. Though. I think it's fine. Or am I telling myself that? Let me try chapter 1 again. Yeah, I think it's good. I might even remove the force direction on the left side. Like if you go in the opposite direction. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a quick playtest of the Chapter 2 levels. But yeah, I think we'll keep it the way it is. I think I was trying way too hard to be bad at the game, and like, it isn't even that punishing. I feel like the player will understand how to play regardless. I think. I would hope so. Oh my god. Yeah, it actually feels super smooth. It's Oh, one thing I want to check for though. See something. The wall jump delay is 25 milliseconds. Really, there's no way to tell if 50 milliseconds will be better. Actually, it will slow down the game a bit. Let's make it 25. I'm not actually sure which one is faster now. Staying on the same wall. I think usually what would happen is, let me see. I think our Y velocity is the same actually. Yeah, technically you would get there is a 25 millisecond bonus. If you do left, right. So, I mean, I guess every millisecond counts. How many jumps would you have to do to actually make it worth it? Oh, only 40 jumps. 40 jumps, 40 wall jumps, and you would save a second. So that's actually not that bad. And that's assuming you're entering. So that's assuming you enter the slide state and press the jump button immediately, which you can technically do. There are there is room to be perfect in this game, without actually being perfect. So yeah, 25 milliseconds. You have a 25 millisecond window to press the jump button. Every time to be faster than the person who is hogging the wall. So, I mean, it works. Okay. So, in a nutshell, I mean, what did we end up doing? Right, so, I mean, solution so far. I don't know if we'll stick to it, but I mean, I like it. I don't think it's that bad. What the hell? And what did we do with our hold wall delay? Hold wall delay is 5 milliseconds, which is not something that's going to commonly happen. Like, sorry, not 5 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds. All right, cool. I think I'm happy with this. There's Jitspo. Exo Drifter? I think Exo Drifter rated me before, right? Yep. Let's go for Exo Drifter. Oh, look, it's Crazy Stewie too.
Alright, so let's just skip these steps. Let's just see if the merge worked.
Alrighty, people. Till next time, if anybody's interested in wishlisting the game, it's right over here. I'll see you, Tomer. Damn, we've been streaming for 5. I think we've solved it, so that's great. See ya, Yon. I'll play your game tomorrow, even though, oh my god, I saw the image. I won't say anything. I'll save it all for tomorrow. I'll see everybody. Peace. I'm excited to play it, by the way.